like. Good evening. Good evening. Assalamu alaikum to all my brothers and sisters who understand that language, and peace and blessings to all those who don't understand Arabic. We are grateful to have you all here at the inaugural Dr. Talib Karim Muhammad Symposium on Law and Education. We are broadcasting on YouTube and also on Facebook, and so I'm really excited for this particular program today. I am attorney Talib Karim. I am the CEO of Aide Legal, which is a technology platform. Thank you so much for the audience applause. A technology platform that helps people to find seasoned lawyers that they can trust, as easy as it is getting a car to come pick them up through Uber or Lyft or some other platform. In addition, we work with young people, in particular the DC, Virginia, Maryland area, to provide them with training and also with mentoring through a nonprofit organization that we lead called STEM for Us. And it is nothing less than an honor. And let me actually give one other accolade, which is the reason I'm here. I'm also the son of Dr. Talib Karim Muhammad. We say rahmatullah alayhi, which is a kind of phrase that means may the Almighty have mercy upon him and grant him with the highest place in paradise. I mean, and so we're very grateful to be here because, as you all may know, 25 years ago, we laid my father to rest. And at the time, he was a religious leader here, an imam, one of the local Islamic centers, the Islamic Center of Memphis. He was also a business owner and owned, and through the nonprofit organization, the Dr. Talib, or the Islamic Center of Memphis, at that time, a restaurant, a childcare center, a newspaper, and was actively involved with civic life here in Memphis. In addition, as you all may know, he had, this place is actually very connected to him because he was an aide to Dr. King during the last trip to Dr. King here to Memphis for the sanitation workers strike that you all might know was being led by ASME. And he was actually on the security detail the night before at the Claiborne Temple, where the speech that Dr. King famously gave. So he's very, Dr. Worthington, he's very connected to this particular hallowed ground that we find ourselves. And so, but he left Memphis after Dr. King was assassinated. In fact, he got on a mule train. Some of you all might know what a mule train is. I didn't know what a mule train, but he actually got on a mule train and walked and rode and organized himself and other young people all the way from Memphis, Tennessee to the Washington, D.C. And there they had a program called the Poor People's Campaign. And that was, again, to organize young people around issues of education, around quality housing, around quality health and jobs, and people of all colors, in that fact. And so that's where he met my mother. And they met right there on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, right out the kind of encampment they call Resurrection City. So this is all history. And Dr. Muhammad was a part of that history. He was involved with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee as an organizer down in Mississippi, and also was a member of the Black Panther Party, and also a group in Memphis called the Invaders. I'm not sure if you remember that, but all of these are civil rights facts, Dr. Wigginton, and my father was actively involved in that. And so after being away from Memphis for a number of years, my mom passed away, and he decided to bring my siblings back to Memphis to raise them in an environment that he felt was more safe and warm for them. And so he did so, and they came back here to Memphis and began making a contribution. And one of the things he saw was that the laws in Memphis were set up to prevent African Americans from being able to elect people who looked like them. And particularly, there were two particular provisions that were impeding that, which were violations of the Voting Rights Act. One was the provision that required a runoff vote for anybody who was elected. And the second of all were the at-large voting districts. All of these provisions and mechanisms were used to dilute the voter strength of the African-American voters. And this wasn't something just that hurt African-American voters, it hurt all voters. Because again, when you don't have people, when you have, again, laws that are set up to basically deny votes, deny the impact of votes, then it benefits no one. You know, it really benefits no one, not even the people who are supposed to be benefited, those who are, are actually, who have more power. They're actually not benefited, because you are really benefited when you have, again, everybody at the table. And that's what was happening. You had a whole group of people who were not being allowed to be at the table. And so this lawsuit was filed around 1988, and it made its way and matriculated. And there were a group of civic leaders and religious leaders who saw the vision and the wisdom of that lawsuit, who filed a similar companion lawsuit. And we hopefully will have one of the litigants, Reverend Simmons Gray, who was one of the co-litigants. And then that lawsuit was joined by the Justice Department. And in 1991, an order came out of the courtroom of Judge Jerome Turner, who was ironically a Republican, who saw that there wasn't even need to have a hearing, because the case was so well crafted. And again, my father wasn't a lawyer like myself, but he was a pro se litigant on many lawsuits. And so I oftentimes look at his pleadings, and I remark to myself that, man, I can't even write as well as he writes, and again, I'm a lawyer of 25 plus years now. But nevertheless, that's just a backdrop. This is a story that we pray that will be told tonight, and hopefully pave the way for additional conversations in the years to come. But it's just, again, my honor to be here. And I want to, again, acknowledge all the hard work that went into this. So let's just, again, put our hands together, first of all, for everybody who contributed, and for yourself as well. We're going to recognize our sponsors shortly. But before doing so, I want to ask the hosts of tonight's program, first and foremost, the president of the Dr. Talib Karim Muhammad Center, who is here with us, and an organization that has been working to carry on the legacy and the memory of Dr. Talib Karim Muhammad for these past 25 years. So without any further ado, I'd like to ask you to put your hands together for Imam Jamil Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. We seek refuge and protection from Almighty God from the weaknesses that are found in the hearts of men and women. We bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and we bear witness that Muhammad is his messenger. First of all, we want to thank all of you for coming. Second of all, we want to thank Brother Talib, Attorney Kareem, for putting on this magnificent symposium for all of us to come and learn and come together to try to learn about what happened in the city of Memphis over these last 25, 30 years. So let's give Brother Talib a big hand. Thank you, brother. As he said, my name is Jamil Muhammad. I'm the president of the Dr. Talib Karim Muhammad Center. It was formerly called the Islamic Center of Memphis when Dr. Muhammad named it. I had the pleasure and the honor to be here in Memphis, Tennessee when Dr. Muhammad first got here in 1987. We was all members of the Nation of Islam at that time. And before Dr. Muhammad got here, we thought we was doing something, but we wasn't doing nothing at all. We didn't go to work until he got here. When Doc got here, he gave us our marching orders, and now we got them, and we still got them. We got a lot of work to do. So sit back and relax. I'm here to relax you. You're at home. We're at the National Civil Rights Museum. This is all of our home. Home to all the civil rights leaders like your father. So sit back and relax. One thing I want to say, Dr. Muhammad impressed on all of us that politics without economics is symbolism. We hear a lot of politics. We're politicking right now. Everybody running for a political office now, but I don't hear nobody talking about economics. So tonight we're going to give you your marching orders, those who are candidates for political races. Politics without economics is symbol without substance. And we look around in the city of Memphis and we see all the crime and all the violence and all the blight and all the youth out here in the community cutting up. And we ask ourselves, why? Why are the youth in the condition they're in today? And it's simply because we haven't invested in them. Memphis, big city, a lot of money, but we refuse to invest in our children. Dr. Muhammad said 20, 30 years ago now that Memphis didn't care about the youth. 1987, 1988, Dr. Muhammad sued the Memphis City Schools. We was hoping that Dr. W.W. Harrington would be here. We protested and demonstrated and boycotted, picketed the Memphis City Schools back in 1987, 1988, because the Memphis City Schools refused to teach Black history and culture in the schools that are majority Black, with a Black school superintendent, majority Black school board, and was not able to teach Black history and culture in the school. So Dr. Muhammad sued the school, sued the school system. Nobody else would do it. So he asked the question then, why do I have to do that? Why do I have to sue when we got all of this representation? Why? That's a good question. But we refuse to reinvest in the youth. Now is the time, since we got money now, we got attorneys now, we got elected officials now, they got money now. Now it's time to reinvest in the Black community and help save our children. The crime in Memphis is definitely too high. I love this city. There's no city like Memphis. So we're going to fight to make it right. Dr. Muhammad taught us that working together means winning together. We got to stop being individuals. All these different organizations, we really working against ourselves. We got to begin to work together if we're going to save our children. Our children got to be first on our mind, on our agenda. We're going to talk about Dr. Muhammad, but Dr. Muhammad reached and got me. Just think how young I was 30 years ago. He reached and got me, saved me from being in the street, robbing and killing and shooting and selling drugs and all the things we was doing in the 80s. He didn't give up on us. So let us not give up on our youth. Dr. Muhammad was a trailblazer in many ways. Political, economics, with Shep Wilbur and them, with the Black Business Council. Before Doc came to the city, we checked his portfolio out and his biographical sketch, and Dr. Muhammad was flying planes in Oklahoma back in the 70s. We got pictures of his airplane. I had never met a pilot before, especially a black pilot. In the 80s, that was unheard of. But he was driving planes in the 70s. So he did a lot of things that we have no knowledge of. But we don't have the time to talk about it now. We want to stay positive, stay motivational, and stay focused on the youth. Brother Talib got an organization that's connecting the youth with the seniors, with the pioneers, that is phenomenal. We're going to try to adopt it. We're going to help you with that, Talib. We want you to help us set that up here in Memphis, Tennessee, to help our youth and have a place for the youth to come when they come out of the prisons. So many of them get locked up, and once they come out, they have nowhere to go. They have nowhere to stay. They don't have a job. So what are they going to do? They're going to rob somebody. They're going to break in somebody's house, right? And we just watch it. So now let us put our minds together. We got the best minds, the brightest minds in Memphis, Tennessee. Let's put our minds together and figure out a way to help the youth stay out of that prison system. It's not hard. All they need is some support. All they need is a job when they come out. All they need is a place to stay when they come out. And the rest is history. Connect it with the educational system for those that are illiterate. And now we got a model system, model citizen. So let us reinvest with the youth. In 1987, when Dr. Muhammad first got here, he looked at the political environment and he called it apartheid. That the city of Memphis was majority black and had no representation on the city council and the county commission. I think we had 3 blacks on the council at that time. Me being a young man, I didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't know nothing about politics. And no one was talking about it. But he made it his business to do something about it. And what did he do? He filed that large voting lawsuit. But first he had to educate us on the need to even have it. What is the need? In a city that's majority black, that has no representation from the mayor down, what is the need? The need was great because we had no one to look up to politically. No one. So what is the need for me to do right if I'm a young black man? I'm going to go sell some drugs or something, right? I have no role models, okay? Dr. Muhammad changed that whole environment. He says it's time for us to take on the leadership role in the city of Memphis and lead this city to do something positive for black people in Memphis. Nobody was talking like that in 1987, okay? So he was out front of all of us. So we just followed. And we thank Almighty God that we was there to watch it every day and every night. I'd never in my life seen a man with those kind of work ethics. I'm talking about would be up early and up late working on the behalf of black people in Memphis, Tennessee. Every day, every night. Didn't have a day off like most of us. Most of us get a day off, Dolly. We work 5 days and we got 2 days off. Your father didn't have no day off. He worked Sunday through Saturday from can't see to can't see for us. And the least we could do is say thank you. So we say thank you. We say thank you, Talib, for the work that your father did to help us come out of the stupor that we was in the 80s. It took a long, hard fight, but he took on the fight. So we thank Almighty God for that. So let us come together first, put our minds together, put our money together, and do something to help ourselves, okay? This time, this is our last time to make it happen. I know we can do it. We can do it. We got our brother sitting over there. We can do it, Judge. We can do this. We can do it. Let's keep our youth out of that system by helping them with the tools they need to be model citizens in this community. One more thing and I'm gonna go, Talib. Dr. Muhammad campaigned and campaigned and campaigned and had us campaigning in the Nation of Islam, sister. We didn't even believe in politics at the time. Till Dr. Muhammad got here, okay? And showed us a new way. And he campaigned till he won, right? He didn't win the first time. Some of us get out here and campaign, we lose the first time, we stop, we give up altogether. You might not win your first time you campaign, but keep trying till you win, okay? Show the people that you have a true desire to represent them, okay? That's the only way they're gonna vote for you, if they see that you real, you true. You're a true representative of what you say you are. So keep trying. Don't give up. So Doc didn't win the first time he campaigned for city councilman. But he kept on. Now we reached the 90s, Talib, Shep, the People's Convention. The African Americans People Convention came together. Something had to change in Memphis to get us on point. Too many blacks was running against each other. And we was, diluting the vote. And that was causing us to lose elections in Memphis, Tennessee. Dr. Muhammad at the time was running for mayor. And he had the courage and the vision to say that we need someone with a stronger name to go up against Dick Hackett in 91. Who would that be? Who could that be? Who got the strongest name in Memphis that could beat Dick Hackett? Everybody say Ford. Harold Ford Sr. had a strong name at that time. Dr. Muhammad said, nah. He said, Dr. W.W. Harrington got the strongest name in the city. And we were like, Harrington? Harrington, school superintendent. He said, yeah. His name was on the back of every report card in the system. If you didn't know what he looked like or what color he was or whether he was male or female, you knew Dr. W.W. Harrington. I said, he got a point. He's right about that. I didn't know what Harrington looked like when I was in school, right? But I remember that name, W.W. Harrington. Dr. Muhammad said, he got the strongest name in the city. Let's draft Dr. W.W. Harrington for mayor. We looked at Doc like, what is he talking about? And he had me to put it up on our marquee on Airways. Draft Dr. W.W. Harrington for mayor. I had to put it up every day. I'm like, why is I'm doing this? And it got out. The word got out. And it got out. And people started listening. So now we got to convince Dr. Harrington that he need to run. Who did that? Ask him. We thought he would be here tonight, but he's not, but right now. But ask him. He wasn't thinking about being no mayor, but your father put it on his mind, put it on his heart, and put the word out there. And with the help of the African Americans People's Convention, we made it happen, okay? Black people for the first time came together and worked together, and we won together, right? We elected the first African American mayor in Memphis, Tennessee. No one thought it could happen, but it didn't happen without Dr. Muhammad. Dr. Muhammad filed the lawsuit that abolished the runoff elections. The runoff elections, black folk, we ain't gonna get out the second time to vote. It takes a lot of effort to get us out the first time. So we're not gonna get out the second time. So that's unconstitutional. We was not able to win citywide elections. Dr. Muhammad's lawsuit made it possible for us to get our first Black male. And for that, Talib, we say thank you, brother. Thank you, you and your family. Now that gave us hope. We was young men and women at the time. That gave us hope in the political system. Now, we kind of evening the playing field out a little bit. So we say thank you. After that, I'm talking about race after race after race. Now we got representatives all over the place, representing the city of Memphis and the citizens of Memphis and trying to do right. Let's keep doing it. Let's keep doing it. So we thank you, your family, for putting up with us, for encouraging us, for strengthening us, educating us, don't leave the education out, and giving us the will to have a desire to work on the behalf of the community of Memphis, Tennessee. Thank you very much. I'm gone. Assalamu alaikum. Y'all have a good day.
Well, that was a little bit of education. We needed that, Dr. Wigginton, so please forgive us for the extended education. And we have some of his students who are here who actually have some of the documentation. Maybe they might be able to pass some of these out. Sister Naneka, we appreciate you putting this together. But without any further ado, we have to bring on, I want you all to put your hands together for the chairman or the executive director, rather. I know they have a board of directors, so I won't give him the chairman title, but I know he's the executive director of the National Civil Rights Museum, Dr. Russell Wigginton. Let's put our hands together.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for being here. And thank you for enlightening us or reminding us, or for some of us, telling us for the first time, a significant and important part of the narrative of this community. I am not from Memphis, but I happen to have been a college student in Memphis in 1988. And so not understanding all of the dynamics and the players, but kind of peeking over the fence of what was happening and what was unfolding was interesting to witness. And fast forward close, 35 years later, if you will, having the opportunity to be at this place and not just reading names like Shep Wilburn, but knowing him, not just watching from afar representatives like Joe Towns, but having a relationship with him, not just knowing the Sugarman family by name, but knowing Judge Sugarman and all the other people here and all the other people who have supported this place and this community. And I think it's particularly important at this time for us to remember and recognize why this place where this important conversation is happening, why this place matters as much now as it ever has since April 4, 1968. Not everybody is enlightened in the ways that we need for them to be. Not everybody understands and thinks back to 1991, which also happened to be the year that this museum opened. I don't think that's a coincidence, by the way. Not everybody understands that 325,000 people visit this place every year. About 40,000 of those people come from outside of the US. This is not a place you visit. This is a destination. And it's a destination because of what happened here on April 4, 1968, but also because of the kind of resiliency and perseverance and commitment to make sure that this place carried a legacy of one of the most transformational leaders this world has ever seen in one of the most important cities and communities, because this place, Memphis, Tennessee, is part of the pulse of this country. And in 2022, I like to say the National Civil Rights Museum has a responsibility to be part of the consciousness of this country. And that's the work we're doing. That's the work we are committed to doing, and lifting up what has happened, what we've heard, the context that's been laid, and lifting that up in a more intentional way for our nation to hear and understand and appreciate is what my focus is. Just know that I appreciate this community, what it's meant to me personally, and what this community means to this museum. Because those 325,000 people who visit, we love them all. But every day I get reminded, this is Memphis's museum. And the minute I forget it, I got a feeling some of y'all might help me unforget it, right? Thank you for being here. Thank you for the work you're doing. Dr. King would be proud. Right. Thank you.
And I think that we also have to put together our hands for the outstanding staff of Dr. Wigginton. I mean, these brothers and sisters, I have never seen, Dr. Wigginton, a team of people, you know, and I'm a little bit even embarrassed because I know some of my team are probably watching this, but I mean, honestly, your team, Dr. Wigginton, is amazing. Let us put our hands together for all the staff here at the National Civil Rights Museum. I mean, some of them who are here, let's have them stand. I mean, in the back, let's just have them stand. Come on, let's put our hands. No, come on, stand up. Take a stand. Let's go. Yes, outstanding. I mean, they worked overtime to make sure that this event happened, and they do it all the time. We're not just the event that they have exclusively. They're doing this every day. So again, that just shows you the type of caliber of people that you have been able to bring to the table, Dr. Wigginton, and we salute you as a result of that. I want to also just take a minute, and we're going to do this, you know, kind of in a graduated way. I want to take a minute to recognize the sponsors. These are the people whose resources actually paved the way for us to be here. And there were a lot of resources that had to actually be invested to have this type of event where we are all the way in Washington, D.C., and all these things are moving at the same time. I mean, and again, it was amazing, the type of people, you know, we were getting on the phone, and what Dr. Wigginton said is true. You know, not everybody got it. You know, and there were other people who, you know, we were thinking that we were going to be working with, and they did not necessarily, you know, come immediately to the table and say, yes, let's do it. But some did. And for that, I want to acknowledge them and ask you acknowledge them. First of all, we had, again, the great Chamber of Commerce, again, led by one of the former executive directors of the National Civil Rights Museum, Beverly Roberson. We had the law firm of Griffin and Strong, PC, the Baptist law firm, the Dr. Talib Karim Muhammad Center, the Honorable Chet Wilburn, the Walton Law Group, the Memphis Dawah Association, Attorney Marcus D. Ward, PLLC, Shelby County Mayor Lee Harris, Code Crew, the New Sardis Baptist Church, the Friends of Diane Black for U.S. Congress, one of my cousins, Diane Black. Let's give it our round of applause. She's not up here. Judge Kari Sugarman, Janine Gordon Fullylove, Glenn Vall, Amira Safranoff, Carla Stotts Hills. We also had our dear brother, Representative Joe Towns. And along with that was, again, Brother M.T. Mawinzi, another one of the students of Dr. Muhammad, and Imam Jamil Muhammad. Let us, again, put our hands together for all these outstanding partners. And we look forward to hearing from them. So without any further ado, let's move straight in. I know we're running behind. And one of our speakers here is probably shaking her head like, man, what did I get myself into? She was going to be speaking on our first panel. So we ask that Tanya Clay House please come and join the first panel, along with the other panel members, and that is, again, the introduction of the legal history and legacy of Dr. Muhammad's civil rights, voting rights litigation. Attorney Rodney Strong, we have him remotely. We can add him to the stream. We have Shep Wilburn, past Memphis City Councilman, past Shelby County Commissioner, and past Juvenile Court Clerk. We also have Attorney Marcus Ward. Attorney Marcus Ward is supporting us, will be joining us hopefully shortly. Brother M.T. Mawinzi, an educator and former paralegal for Dr. Talib Karim Muhammad. We have him, and we need to get him at one of the tables. Brother Mawinzi, come on up. We have also, hopefully, Reverend Lucinda Gray will be joining us. We mentioned Judge Tariq Sugarman here, and Attorney Tanya Clay House, who is the National Bar Association Civil Rights Law Section chair, but also past Assistant Secretary of the Department of Education, their Civil Rights Division, I understand, or Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights, is that the name of it? Deputy Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights. And also former Executive Director of the Lawyers Committee on Civil Rights and Law, right? Policy Director, right? I'm giving you all these additional promotions. And this conversation is going to be led by Attorney Gwen Baptist Rucker, who is with the Baptist Law Firm, and also someone who I'm grateful to say is my aunt, and is the sister of my stepmother, who, you know, people might not know. It's one of the strongest women I've ever met. You talk about strength. You know, the day after my father died, and I was staying over her house, the whole roof kind of came through because of rain. As you may know, that day was raining. And it was just basically buckets of rain coming from the house. And I was sleeping on the couch, you know, and because, you know, I've been up all night long, all day long, just trying to organize the funeral, I just want to stay in that couch, you know. But she came with her gloves and just swept that whole house up, all the water that was on the floor. And it's just a testament. She just buried her husband, you know what I mean? But she wasn't going to allow this rain to beat her, you know. And again, she's strong, and her sister is also strong, and they have a whole line of Baptist families from South Haven, Mississippi, and all of them are about strength and perseverance. So let's give a round of applause to this whole panel led by Attorney Gwen Baptist. And I'll turn it over to her.
Good afternoon. Thank you for that introduction. I am from South Haven, Mississippi, and I want you all to know that we are looking at Memphis as an example. Everything that happens in Memphis, it affects us. And I am very proud. It's difficult there in DeSoto County, but I'm very proud to say that we did have someone elected to a position. Ms. McCrae, would you wave your hand? She really broke all boundaries and stepped out there, and we will have additional ones that will be winning elections there. But we want to look at what Memphis is doing. And as Brother Talib said, this panel is dealing with the legal history and legacy of Dr. Muhammad on civil litigation. And I have some questions for my distinguished panel. Many of them are Memphians. I guess all of them are Memphians, been around a while and know all the things that are happening here and have tremendous answers to these questions that I have. So without further ado, I will ask my first question. And my distinguished panel, you can just break in and give an answer whenever you decide to. All right, the first question is, Dr. Muhammad alleged in his complaint that runoff elections were discriminatory and deprived Blacks of winning citywide elections. Then after the consolidation of that lawsuit with other lawsuits, including one that was filed by Dr. Lucinda Gray, Judge Turner his ruling banned all citywide runoff elections. Could you explain the problem of runoff elections as it was affecting Memphis City at that time? Mr. Wilburn, I believe you have a mic beside you there.
Can you hear me? I guess I'll start off partly because I was indeed on the city council when all of this sort of evolved. But before I do, I have to say, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that a lot of us stand so much on Dr. Muhammad's shoulders and work with him so much. And there are a couple of folk I know, Representative Towns and Commissioner Van Turner's here, and others I know. We have Ms. Black who's running for Congress, and so many of us do. I have to say that because when you look at the context of how we got here, there was a long process. Judge Sugarman can talk to the fact that his dad and my dad were all involved in politics very early, and they were Black attorneys who defended civil rights demonstrators when they sat in at the lunch counters, and they put together something called the Shelby County Democratic Club. And that Shelby County Democratic Club was a process by which African Americans tried to assert themselves in the electoral process. And beginning in 1959, when my dad first ran for the state legislature, the first Black person since Reconstruction to do so, he lost. But the voter registration drive that they had ultimately impacted and went on to impact A.W. Willis, becoming the first Black man to serve in the state legislature in 1961. Tariq's dad, and I'll give him the honor of talking about his dad's effort, was a part of the process. But moving on up to when the city charter was founded and the way that they established Memphis city government, at the time, the population, although it was 38% African-American, they basically said that out of a 13-member city council, 3 of the seats, district seats, would be African-American. And so 3 out of 13 was the original establishment, and they were all district council members. I ended up being one of those in 1989. And as the process evolved, after a whole lot of conversation, it became clear that as we moved from the original charter up to 1980s, you ended up having almost a majority Black city. We didn't quite get there until the 1991 election with Dr. Harrington, but through all of those years from basically the 1960s until 1991, Memphis was becoming a more and more African-American city. By the time we got to 1988 and Dr. Muhammad's filing of the lawsuit, many of us were looking at the situation where 3 out of 13 was not reflective in any shape, form, or fashion of the African-American population of Memphis at the time. And so what had always been an impediment was twofold, as was mentioned earlier. The impediment was that you had a runoff and you had at-large city council. And at the time, we all knew that the only way we would be able to ever have a fair process was that we had to get rid of the runoff and we had to do something about the at-large situation with city council. For those of you who didn't understand what the at-large meant, Memphis basically had 6 city council members that were elected by everybody. That was the at-large, and 7 came from districts. Of those 7 districts, 3 were African-American, predominantly African-American populated. The other 4 were not at the time. But all 6 of those at-large, citywide city council members were elected at that time from a city that was majority white. Even though it approached, as I said, up to 1991, becoming majority African-American. The process of the runoff was viewed as the bigger impediment because it applied to any countywide, any citywide, or whether that be council or mayor, at large or mayor. And so in order to win any of those seats, historically, the argument was made that runoffs are just basically unconstitutional. You don't have runoffs in congressional races. Person that gets one more vote than the other person wins. So why do we have the runoff in the mayor's race, and why do we have runoff in the at-large council races? And so again, Dr. Muhammad filed originally. He was joined by a group of 7 other, I believe, plaintiffs in that, and they challenged both the runoff and the at-large. I will say this, that, basically, we would have had African-American mayors way before that had we not had the runoff. Indeed, J.O. Patterson would have won, Otis Higgs would have won, and I'm giving you some history now. Otis Higgs ran in 75 and 79, got more votes than anybody, but didn't get the 50+1, so we had to have a runoff, and they doubled back, and he lost. J.O. Patterson was appointed the mayor in 82. He ran in 83. He got more votes than Dick Hackett, but he didn't get the 50+1. And so we had to double back and vote again, and we lost that one. And so there would have been African-American mayors long before had there not been the runoff provision, because we were continually the #1 vote getters. We just couldn't ellipse the 50+1 process. But I mean, besides it being basically fundamentally wrong, it was politically a preventative measure. Now, I will make one statement, and then I'll pass the mic to anybody else who wants to comment on it. I was involved with the at-large piece, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later on, because that didn't happen in 91. That came second. We actually got rid of the runoff first, and then we came back, and with the second bite of the apple, we got rid of the at-large. And again, I was on the city council at that time, was actually appointed the city council's representative to negotiate with Dr. Muhammad and the plaintiffs to come up with a solution that would satisfy getting rid of the at-large city council seats. But I will say, in moving forward, there were some who said, and I only bring this out for discussion point, there were some who said if you leave it alone, at some point in time, when African Americans become the majority, the runoff will work for you. And Maxine Smith and the NAACP took a whole lot of heat for that stance. Although in retrospect now, some of us are wishing, because we can't seem to have unity in our selection of candidates, that we had something that required a 50+1. And it may allow us now to have African-American mayors and council members where we would not otherwise be able to do that. Because if you followed Memphis politics since the 90s and since Dr. Harrington, you'll know that we have always, since that time, had more than one African-American running, and the vote has been divided, and we have not, with the exception of A.C. Wharton, and I don't want to leave that out. He came after Dr. Harrington, and we were able to elect him, but we've always had that division of more than one candidate running. And of course, a 50+1 would have allowed us to have that internal fight, because that's all it was. It was a way for people who were in control to have an internal fight and still unify after that fight to be able to have another fight against the folk who were not a part of that. Mm-hmm. All right, that's basically what it is. So you have to decide when you're in control, is it better? But morally, and that's what the argument we made was, morally, if it's wrong, it's wrong. Mm-hmm. All right. And you have to take a stand at some point, whether you're going to do something because it's politically better or is it the right thing to do. And so we erred on the side of it being the right thing to do. And so we'll have to deal with the consequences that we have now. But it was the right thing to do.
And in my part, to address the issue of runoffs, I like to go back to 1959 when they started the volunteer ticket. It was Benjamin Hooks, my father, A.W. Willis, Reverend Love, Reverend Button, and community organizers that got together and began organizing African Americans across Shelby County to get registered, particularly in Memphis. And then later on, Kennedy came to that group and asked them to span it across the state of Tennessee. But in 1959, they had gotten together and each was going to pick a particular race. My father was running for one of the commission seats. I think Ben Hooks ran for Public Works Commissioner, and Reverend Button and Reverend Love also ran for positions. In my father's race in particular, there were 4 other whites in that race. They had registered enough African Americans here in Memphis to have won that seat. Then Loeb got together with Bill Ferris, who was one of the 4 whites, and they got together and said, well, listen, we can't let this happen. He's going to win. They've registered all these African Americans, and we need to do something. So somebody has to drop out. So he decided that 3 of the others would drop out. Bill Ferris ended up winning. The numbers were such in the vote that had any of the other 2 stayed in the race, my father would have won that seat. So fast forward, then in 1966, realizing that dilemma, that's when Loeb got together and they decided and passed the runoff provision. The following year, in 1967, if I'm not mistaken, A.W. Willis, my stepfather, ran for mayor. And I remember we had the rally at the King Cotton Hotel, and we were expecting a better result than we got. But had we elected A.W. Willis as mayor, I thought about the fact in 1968, we would not have had the sanitation workers strike, and Dr. King would not have had to come to Memphis. So when we talk about the power of a vote, there's no greater lesson than that about exercising it. Fast forward, Dr. Muhammad, Talib Karim Muhammad, filed his suit in 1988, and we realized that we needed to also back him in his effort. So Melvin Wade, Randy Wade, December Gray, Bill Atkins, and a few others. The Lord, right? You remember all of them better than I do. So. But anyway, they filed the suit, and it was joined with Dr. Talib Karim Muhammad's suit in 1989, I think. And the gist of it is that Memphis was sued, the council was sued, and the mayor was sued as the executive. Well, we had a minority on the council, and they said, well, no, we agree. The others wanted to vote to oppose it and have a long, drawn-out suit. So they called me in terms of representation, and we filed an answer admitting to the allegations of discrimination in our electoral process. And that's what got the ball rolling. We did research on the passing of the charter and the amendments that led to the wrong provision. And it was then that Turner said, listen, basically to the plaintiffs, this is a suit you're going to lose based upon the Voting Rights Act. And Shep does not take enough credit, but he was the architect basically of the at-large format, which gave us 3 at-large in District 8, the African-American district, and 3 white, and then the other 7 districts, and gave us a majority of the city council. And just before then, as you mentioned, we had elected Mayor Harrington as our first African-American mayor. And that was no small feat. We were down at the election commission late at night, and there was a box that was found in the basement. We don't know how it got there, but it had a lot of ballots in it, and it resulted in, I think it was 135 vote margin. Yeah, 140, 140, 142. All right. And that's my 2 cents, but the historical record of that needs to be remembered and recorded. And now I'm going to just say one little bit here. My father was the first appointed referee at juvenile court under Kenneth Turner. We've had the same system 60 years now. We've had a situation where a person who was not qualified as an attorney was allowed to sit and was allowed to appoint as magistrates because he could not serve himself. So that system has perpetuated, and it's become a patronage system. Following Kenneth Turner, he selected his replacement, which was Curtis Person. Following Curtis Person, he selected his replacement, which is the current incumbent. This is 60 years of a patronage system. We have not elected someone to that seat that represents us. And so I'm saying that this is not self-serving. I'm saying that we have an opportunity now. I am running for juvenile court judge because we need to make a change. And as Dr. Muhammad realized, education was the key. And there's no greater value to us than our children. Those are our future. These are our future leaders. I'm not running because I need a job. I'm running because we need a change. And I'm looking to make an effective change. I need partnerships in the community. We can't service the needs that our children have by being downtown on Jefferson Street. We have to be in the community. Economic empowerment is very important in our community. Education is very important. I saw a young man up there, Mike, a code crew. He's a Morehouse brother, like I am and Brother Roddy Strong are. But Mike started coding. I want to have a lab inside Hope Academy, any children that have to be kept in detention for a period of time until they have their cases adjudicated, I want to make sure that they have an opportunity to learn. And it will be a technology lab. Coding is one of the things. Another is content development. A young brother here, Chris Francesi, his mother, Anna Francesca was his mother's name. Chris Francesca went to New York with the same idea of developing content for media and for marketing. He had introduced the New York prison system, and young men who were in prison were able to make money and send it back home to their mother just by doing content development for marketing companies. These are the kind of ideas, cutting edge, we need to have. Our children may not want to go to college. They may not be able to afford to immediately, but everybody deserves to have a living wage. So I learned welding so that I could teach young men and women about welding and other trades. We need to be progressive and look forward in terms of how we address the needs of our children. Our children are growing up with emotional issues, with learning disabilities. I have ADD, and they need to have mental health training and resources, because the demographics 9 to 17, the largest growing demographics in our community, committing suicide. So again, I'm running for juvenile court because of the mission that Brother Talib's father started, that my father and our generations of people before us started here, is educating our youth. And I thank you for this opportunity. And let me just say one thing.
Okay.
I'm wearing about 4 or 5 hats, and Judge Donald, who was a general sessions judge here, then went to the bankruptcy bench, then became a federal judge, and now is on our Court of Appeals. She will be retiring soon. As you know, the National Bar is here. I was supposed to be only her escort this evening. She lost her voice, so now I'm speaking on her behalf at the banquet for the NBA. So you will have to excuse me if I have to duck out. I appreciate this opportunity, though.
I thank you, Honorable Sheriff Wilburn and Honorable Sugarman. You all have covered that area tremendously. Much history that I learned just from you all talking. So what we're going to do is go to the next question and give the other panelists a chance to cover it. So question number 2 is, in 1969, the Supreme Court case of Allen v. State Board of Elections was established that the right to vote can be affected by a dilution of the voting power, as well as the outright prohibition of casting ballots. What are some of the tactics that have been used to dilute the voting power here in Memphis? And I'm going to go to Attorney Rodney Strong, who is joining us virtually. Can you hear me, Attorney Strong?
I can hear you, Attorney Baptist, and
Can't hear you.
you all cannot hear me?
We can now, yes.
Okay. Are you all getting is it echoing, or is it a good, can you hear me well?
It's fine.
Okay, perfect. First, I'd like to say that it's an honor to be here. I'm fortunate enough to have a long-standing relationship with both Mr. Wilburn and Mr. Sugarman, and knew both of their fathers, and Judge Sugarman's father was my mentor when I was in high school in Memphis. I grew up in Memphis, born and raised in Memphis, and I attended the University of Memphis Law School. And vote dilution has been a primary tactic that's been used in Memphis. During the events that were so well related by Mr. Wilburn and Judge Sugarman, in 1959, there were various schemes, various tactics that were used to avoid having African-American political representation in the city. And by the time the middle of the 1960s came along, it became impossible to continue to pursue those same tactics. So one of the tactics that was used in Memphis was annexation. Tennessee at that time was one of only 2 states that allowed contiguous annexation. And so areas that are now part of the city of Memphis were annexed primarily to dilute the Black vote. Frazier, Whitehaven, all of these areas were annexed into the city during the 1960s to dilute the African American vote. When the new charter came in place in 1967 was the first election under the new charter. Prior to that, Memphis had had a commission form of government. When it went to the strong mayor council form of government that we have now was in 1967. They deliberately gerrymandered, which means that they carved out certain communities that were already redlined and segregated, and ensured that those communities were the only communities that African Americans had an effective opportunity to be represented on the city council. And so, as Mr. Wilburn had pointed out, only 3 of the 13 council seats were even available to African Americans under that kind of scheme. But the reason that the population didn't support having a majority to win on a at-large basis was because of the dilution of votes that took place through this annexation process, which had already begun prior to 1967. And finally, I want to point out that even the school board had all at-large seats. So you had a majority of African-American students on the in the school system, and you had no African-American members on the school board. And so in 1969, the fall of 1969, Memphis students led by the NAACP walked out of school to protest this situation, which led to what was called the Black Monday demonstrations. All of that was to deal with the dilution of our vote through a combination of various tricks, annexation and gerrymandering, and of course, the runoff provisions that were put in place, all of which were designed to impede African-American voting power, most of which were
difficulties. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Strong, for that, Attorney Strong, for that information. And we're going to go to the next panelist, and that would be Attorney Tanya House. Did you have some comments regarding tactics that dilute the vote?
Sure. Can you hear me on this? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So first, thank you to Dr. Talib, and thank you to everyone for being here today. My name's Tanya Clayhouse. I am the chair of the Civil Rights section of the National Bar Association. I've been chair for the past 15 years, and as well as I'm a board member of the National Bar Association. I see a number of my colleagues here from the National Bar. We actually are having our convention here right now, and I see my colleague from the Department of Justice over there. I probably should bring up and have her sit up here. But I want to thank you for this history, and thank you for engaging everyone, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I think, and apologize, I have MBA has thrown my schedule into whack-a-mole today, so I am rushing to event to event. So my apologies for having to leave pretty shortly. But I do want to indicate. So I have vote dilution is a huge issue, obviously, and not just it's in Memphis, but it's across the country. My background has been such that I currently actually support and work also in voting rights and work in the Election Protection Coalition, work to support a lot of national voting rights organizations, as well as the organizations that are engaged in Voting Rights Act litigation across the country. And as part of that portfolio and the work that I've done with a variety of civil rights organizations, we've seen the tactics that have been played. And so, racial gerrymandering is one of those, partisan gerrymandering, obviously. Both of them work hand in hand in order to dilute the vote. And right now we're under attack. and we've already seen what the Supreme Court has done to other components, other fundamental rights that we have had. Right now, Section 5 is no longer engaged, and I know this goes to one of the other questions, but I want to mention this, but Section 5 has been undermined as a result of Section 4 being, the formula in Section 4 being declared unconstitutional currently, and we have not revised that. Congress has not taken the step. And so therefore, we don't have the preclearance option requirements that we typically would have. So therefore, there are all of these ways in which we normally have protections to kind of stop some of the vote dilution and the schemes that have been occurring. So it's not, but we still had the protections of Section 2. But Section 2, there are intent requirements often, around Section 2 as well. And now we're under attack from the Supreme Court potentially, in which we could further undermine Section 2. And so that actually goes to the racial gerrymandering, partisan gerrymandering that has also been occurring across the country. And so there's a lot of work that is going on right now within organizations, national and state organizations. And I think what we were seeing is that these tactics have been afoot for decades. And what we have noticed, particularly not nationally, but also with in the state works that we've been doing with a lot of the state organizations and groups, are that they've become very, what does it say? There's a better way of saying it. They have come up with some very good schemes in which to dilute the vote and in which to prevent people from getting to the polling place, right? We've noticed that in Georgia, they won't even let you give you water if you're standing in line, right? We've noticed that we've had the voter ID issues that have been happening. You can have a gun license, but you can't use your student ID, right? We've had issues such as people being told that if voter registration drives, people no longer can go around and actually try to help register people to vote for fear of being prosecuted, criminally prosecuted. If you even attempt to register, if you're not potentially qualified and you don't know that, you could be criminally prosecuted. And so there's these fear tactics that are also being put in place. So when you talk about vote dilution, it's not just the schemes and the structures that are being put in place. It's also the fear and also the individual tactics that are being put upon people across the country, not only here in Memphis, but in order to stop you from even thinking about what it is you can do to come together to achieve power within your community. And so I just wanted to emphasize that this is a scheme that is at play from a state and smaller perspective, a local perspective. I don't mean smaller, but a local state perspective, but also a national perspective. And that this is something that has been coordinated by the other side because the demographics in our country are changing significantly. And so it's about power and maintaining power. Right. And that's what really this is about. And they're scared because the best way in order to maintain power is to stop people from thinking that they can get out and exercise their power and stop them from getting to the polling place. And so that's what we're seeing right now. Right. And I just wanted to emphasize that. And I thank you for allowing us to have the time. The National Bar Association will continue to be engaged and work to protect the vote, not only through the election protection programs that we work with, also with my colleagues, as I said, with an MBA and with the Department of Justice, and trying to monitor elections. But vote dilution and the issues surrounding voter suppression generally are something that I hope that everybody continues to educate their community about, because there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation that's going around to tell people, telling you got a traffic ticket, you can't vote. That is bull. Excuse my French. So I didn't say anything bad, just said bull. Okay, so that is incorrect. And so those types of things are what are also being employed and also to stop the vote. So I hope people continue to engage in this conversation. And I appreciate the opportunity to make sure that we are continuing to have these types of symposiums to help people understand the history and why we can't go back and why these are efforts to take us back
Right.
We got to learn from those efforts that were our history lessons so that we can move forward and make sure we know how it is we can move forward in the best way and maintain and take the power that we so rightfully deserve. So, thank you.
Thank you, Attorney House. Okay. Yes. Honorable.
Yeah.
Wilburn.
Can I respond to that? Because one of the other things that I was blessed to be able to do here in Shelby County is be a member of the Shelby County Election Commission.
Oh, okay.
And I want to talk about some technical ways that they play the game. We get the gerrymandering, we get the dilution. But let me tell you right now, those of you who are from Shelby County will notice this. They have reduced the number of precincts that you're eligible to vote in. They get from 200 down to 120.
Wow.
They used as the rationale that a voting machine requires at least 500 members in a precinct. And of course, the precincts that got consolidated are primarily in the African American community, where we didn't have 500 voters in that precinct.
Wow.
Secondarily, we've also found, and I was fortunate to work with Commissioner Turner and some others, Dee Harris, who's a consultant here, in helping to draw the new lines for the county commission this year. And we have a chance for the first time in the history of Shelby County's commission to have 9 Democrats, 8 African Americans on a body of 13. So we have that shot. But part of what we found was, again, this is one of those little technical nuances they use. The way that you split a precinct determines whether or not that precinct is going to be Democratic or Republican.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They use the census data to draw the precincts. And because in Shelby County, the precincts did not align with the census tracts, then they drew new precincts reflecting the census tracts, and they used that opportunity to basically draw precincts that were favorable to some and unfavorable to others. If you know how we appoint election commissions in Tennessee, you know that the majority power Representative Towns, I think he was here, which are Republicans now, get to appoint out of the 5 county election commissioners, the majority. So every county in Tennessee has 3 Republicans and 2 Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
Drawing the lines in the precincts under the new census that determine who will basically vote where.
Mm.
It is a way of institutionalizing your advantage and taking advantage where you don't have it. And so, again, those who were Democratic, and we tend to vote Democratic, I'm not making a statement for Democrats versus Republicans, although I am a proud Democrat. Those of us who tend to vote Democratic find ourselves against this technical. You have to watch while you're looking at the larger picture of the district being drawn and the gerrymandering. They're redrawing precincts and they're using the census as justification. And these precincts will be in place for the next 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
This is what you will have as what you will be voting on. I wanted to share that because we cannot allow a precinct change to keep us from voting. And I say that I know most of us in this room are probably going to vote early, and we will take advantage of that. But they are counting on the fact that on election day, folk are going to get up and try to go to their old precinct, and you don't vote there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And if you wait until 6:30 and the polls close at 7, you ain't gonna hardly make it to your new precinct in time to vote.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is a way of reducing participation just by changing precinct location.
Right.
And I just wanted to share that.
I appreciate that. And
Thank you.
before I leave, if I could say this, if you do have problems, there is a national hotline, 1-866-OUR-VOTE. It's the Election Protection Coalition hotline. That is something that was established back in 2000 during the debacle that I call when the Supreme Court appointed their president. And the Election Protection Coalition has this hotline that has been created nationally. We also have it within the states. You can call to get assistance. If you are having problems, you don't know where to go vote, you don't know what's happening, you don't know what type of identification or things that you need. We also have trainings and lawyers and attorneys and poll monitors. And so that will be in existence across the country, including here in Tennessee. And we are supporting those efforts and are training in those efforts. Training, in fact, we're having an election protection training tomorrow during the forum that I'm hosting and the Civil Rights Forum at the National Bar Association. So I want to make sure you all are aware of that so that you can get assistance, so that you're not confronted and they're not allowed to continue to dilute your vote. And so you're not suppressed or running in fear because you don't know what to do on election day during this early voting time or on the day of election. You can get help, and please call it again, 1-866-OUR-VOTE. That is the number. It's also online on the website. There's a big website. I just want to make sure that you all know that and how to get assistance from attorneys, but also non-attorneys who will be roaming in order to provide you the assistance. But thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. What is that number again so everybody can write it down in case they have any problems?
Sure, it is 1-866-ROUR-VOTE, VOTE. So just go to those numbers.
Okay.
The easier way to say it, yeah, 1-866-ROUR-VOTE. It's Election Protection Coalition,
Okay.
and that is how you can get assistance.
Okay,
Thank
thank you so much, and appreciate you sharing. You have to leave. Okay. Brother Mete, did I pronounce it correctly? Okay. Your comments?
Yeah, I'd like to share, and being a student of Dr. Muhammad, and I was quite young. I actually got a chance to look up to individuals like Shep Wilburn, who was out in the community doing quite a bit of work. And once I got with Dr. Muhammad and started learning what was politics, voting was all about. Coming out of high school, I really didn't have an understanding of what was going on, but I knew something wasn't right.
Mm-hmm.
I knew that for the young people in the city back in the 80s, in early 90s, that the opportunities weren't there. And what happened with me is that Dr. Muhammad was able to enlighten me on the different situations in our city that weren't favorable to us. So I basically got on the job training.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, when he introduced to us, to the ones of us who were able to join him and work with him, I learned at that time how the at-large voting, how it affected us. And at that time, I began to develop a better understanding of the politics. So I can only come from a perspective of a young person in the history of at that time. So what Dr. Muhammad impact on me was more psychological. He not only showed us as young people that we can make a change, but we had young people who actually, for the first time, ran for political offices.
Mm-hmm.
We had our sisters who stood up to the plate, and they actually ran for the office based on the lawsuit that he had filed, which, really gave us the opportunity to do so. So it was a moment for me that I was able to, grasp how could I now at this stage and being younger at that time, how can I learn how to be more involved in the community? So I began to work with Dr. Muhammad on a daily basis.
I see.
And when it came to the at-large voting and how he affected that particular change, it, psychologically, it did something for the young people. Young people were pretty much left out of the political system back then. When Mayor Harrington was elected, it was more young people that came out to vote than ever before.
I see.
It was the first time in the city of Memphis that young people actually made the change. So the psychological effect of voting is what I, gathered from what the lawsuit done back then. So now we see the results of that, where we have a lot of more young people being involved. And when we talk about diluting, the diluting of voting is also psychological. When you discourage people from voting, you do things so that they don't vote. You don't educate them. You don't show them how it's done. We have elected officials that they do their job. They go out, they get elected, but it's never that opportunity for young people to get involved. And Dr. Muhammad made a difference as it relates to the psychological effect of voting.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to share that, that because, I'm not a politician. I hadn't run for office, but I was able to learn as a young person from that.
Thank you so much. That was such a good take on that, because you're right, that psychological part does. I believe all my panelists are leaving. Okay. How are we on time? Do we have time for another question? Okay. Here's a question here, and I don't know if Attorney Strong, are you back with us? We were having technical difficulties earlier.
Yeah, I didn't. Can you hear me?
I think I'd like for you all to address this, and it has to do with that case in Alabama, Shelby County versus Holder, where the pre-clearance was eliminated, found to be unconstitutional by the Supreme Court.
Can you hear me?
Attorney Strong, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you.
You cannot hear me?
Honorable Shep Wilburn, are you familiar with that particular case? Okay. Okay, I'm sure that's good enough.
In the case of Shelby County versus Holder, in the elimination of the pre-clearance, from my position as having been one in the political field and having done some things with the election commission, et cetera, I would say that what we basically saw was something that is very fearful, in that we've started the approach to go backwards. And unfortunately, I see more of that happening very soon. One of the things that I'm going to sort of pivot and talk about is that unless we come up with processes like the People's Convention, where we have an ability to unify behind candidates and not all of us begin to believe that it's our time, that we are going to continue to continue for us not to have a way to address this retrenchment that has taken place. I do want to share a couple of things about that, and I know that Joe Towns was part of the People's Convention, and a number of you all participated in that. And so I do want to share a couple of things. It's important to know this. When that process started, there were basically 3 young men, 35, 36, and 37, who basically said that we have to come together. And one of them had run for mayor himself, Teddy Withers. At the time, I was a city councilman, and Vernon Ash was a radio personality who preceded Dr. Muhammad on the radio. And for those of you who are familiar with that turbulent time, WLOK, which is the Black-owned radio station here in Memphis, had in succession Vernon Ash as a radio talk show host. He got fired. Bill Atkins, he was on as a radio talk show host. He got fired. And then Dr. Muhammad was on and he got removed. All because they were trying to unify Black folk behind a consensus candidate. And the power of unity was so important to the process that the 3 of us who were the original people with the idea, and let me hasten to say there were a whole lot more people. The 3 went to 10, went from the 10 to 25, from the 25 to 75. And on that day at the Cook Convention Center, they say that we had only 1,800 people. That's what the Commercial Appeal reported. But as I like to say, I have the registration cards in my garage, and it's over 3,000. All right, so Joe Towns was there, others who were there. And I mention that because you will say, well, why is that important? Well, let me tell you why. Since the People's Convention, we have had division in our community when it comes to having unity behind a candidate, where we know that if more than one of us runs, we will not be victorious. Right. We know that from the beginning. And yet there has not been a way for us to sit down as reasonable men and women and say, okay, can't but one of us do this and be successful? Let's talk about how this will work, and let's develop some kind of succession plan where you go first, I go second, you go third. We have not been able to do that. So in the absence of that, we have seen now all of these races where you have had a situation where African Americans have been the majority, and yet we have not been able to win. There is a political consultant who worked for the present mayor of city government. He's a political consultant. He has written a book nationally about how non-African American candidates can win in majority African American districts or communities. All right, I want you to hear this. He is so satisfied with the accomplishment that they had in getting the present mayor elected that he has now become the how-to for candidacies across the country to emulate. Now, at first I was mad about that in that aspect, and then I regrouped and I thought of Dr. Muhammad, and I thought about the fact that he would say, that's our fault. Why are we blaming him for taking advantage of our divisiveness? If we want to stop that madness, then we have to figure out how we're going to come together and be unified. So whether it's Shelby County versus Holder, or some other heinous things that are going on right now through court cases to get to the Supreme Court to change that, one of which is some stuff down in Texas where they don't even want the districts to be drawn on population. They want it to be drawn on registered voters. Think about that for a moment. All right. But there's a whole lot more that's also going to be at play with that. I'm just saying that until we have the ability to do something like a people's convention, where at that convention, and I do have to give you a little bit of background on that. When that was proposed, I was one of the ones who came up with the agreement. And there was an agreement that we tried to get signed by everybody who was thinking about running for mayor. All right. And at the time, I personally took that agreement to all 6. I was one of the 6 because I ultimately became a candidate at the convention. But of the folk who were there and the folk who that agreement was presented to, our United States Congressman Harold Ford Sr. did not sign because he felt like that his process, and he had come up with something called a leadership summit, which is where the leaders were going to pick who was going to run for mayor as opposed to the people. Kenneth Williams Sr., who was at that time thinking about running, and W. Otis Higgs, who thought he was going to be Harold Ford Sr.'s candidate, did not sign. The 3 people that signed were W. Harrington, myself, and Dr. Talib Karim Muhammad. We all agreed to be bound by whatever the result was, whoever won. All right, we were going to support. And I want to say this, not being disparaging to anybody, but because in 1991, it was a movement. Whoever won the People's Convention was going to be the mayor. So for those of us who aspired to be mayor to step back and say, no, it ain't about us. It's about whoever this convention decides is the best candidate. To go out there and win this thing is something that we haven't seen since and we didn't see before. That's the level of unity you have to have if you're going to accomplish stuff in this city. I don't need to give y'all any more information about that, but I will say this. When our present congressman was elected, 15 people ran for Congress. I want you to hear me. 15 people ran for Congress in the Democratic primary, which is 85% African American. And y'all know who our congressman is. For mayor, the present mayor won with 3 African Americans running and only him in a city that's 70% black. Something is wrong when we can't come together. 70% of the population and you can't win. That's why I'm saying Shelby County versus Holder won't matter if we don't get the right thought in our mind. If we don't get the process together. And I say that there are a lot of good people and a lot of people in the political arena aspire to do good things and they can do them, but we all can't do them at the same time. We cannot. You know, somebody asked me, did I think I would have been a better mayor than Dr. Harrington? I said, of course, I wouldn't have run if I didn't think so. But I knew that Dr. Harrington had the best chance of winning. And it was more important to me that we win that thing than it be me. I want you to hear me. So that's where we are. We've got to have that kind of a process. And I say that because you're talking about Shelby County versus Holder and what I like to say we see them doing. But it's not just them. We got to start dealing with us. And I know Dr. Muhammad would amen that because that was his original sermon. We got to get our stuff together. And if we get our stuff together, we can handle what else happens.
Attorney Baptist Rucker, can you hear me?
one final comment from Attorney Rodney Strong, if we can get him. Can you hear us?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Give us a final comment, and we're gonna close it down.
Okay. Well, I just want to say that number one, I appreciate always hearing from Brother Wilburn, and I agree with what he said. I want to go back to your original question about Shelby County versus Holder, because what the Supreme Court did was that, in my opinion, was that they were somewhat disingenuous. They argued that the pre-clearance formula basically was one in which certain states that had a history of egregious discriminatory laws came under the pre-clearance requirement. In fact, Tennessee was not one of those states. It was, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, in part, not all of North Carolina. And when it was reauthorized, the court argued that there hadn't been a sufficient fact finding to determine why the requirement was not imposed on a different set of states. And so the John Lewis Voting Rights Act that's been passed by the Congress has the impact of basically requiring pre-clearance across the country, so that you eliminate that argument that was made by the Supreme Court that you used an antiquated formula to determine what states and what jurisdictions came under the pre-clearance requirement. Those of us who are from Memphis know that, African Americans voted in Memphis, long before the Voting Rights Act.
Right.
And of course, therefore, Memphis and Tennessee did not fall within the ambit of the Voting Rights Act. And yet, the pre-clearance requirement is critical, particularly in states like Mississippi and Alabama and Georgia. And quite frankly, it ought to be applied across the country. That was a compromise that Congress entered into, and the courts basically used that as a hook to get rid of the requirements. And as was mentioned earlier, there's a good chance that they will knock out certain parts of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act as well. So we've got a lot to be concerned about. We need to keep our eye on the ball. I co-sign everything that's been said, especially, and I just want to finish with this one comment. The gentleman that talked about how Brother Minister Dr. Talib Karim Muhammad engaged young people. That's critical. And so we have to continue to engage our youth. And of course, the next panel will be about that. And that is how we're going to overcome some of these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to introduce someone from Mississippi who's running for Congress. Ms. Black, would you stand so people will recognize you? Okay. And we have a political activist that's always helping everyone, and that's Kelly Jacobs. Is there anyone else from Mississippi? Okay, yes, I recognized her earlier. Thank you all so much, and thank you for panelists. You gotta know the history, and you gotta know what's happened in the past, because it does repeat. And we really had some good information. Thank you.
My father used to teach, you can't know where you're going until you know where you have come from. And you can't know where you are, right? Or you can't, no, here, let me repeat it. Here it is. You can't know where you are, right, until you know where you come from. And you can't know where you're going until you know where you are. So it's all connected, and I am so grateful that we had these outstanding people who were here, led by an outstanding moderator. Let's give a round of applause to Attorney Gwen Baptist Rucker. Very, very Grateful. All right, so we are a little bit behind schedule. And as you may know, we didn't get a chance to have the audience engage as we had intended to in the last panel. So we are going to have this current panel actually have that type of engagement. So without any further ado, let me bring on the people who are going to be joining us for the second panel, and that's the panel, what we call the Youth Engagement Forum. And so we had one of our guests, Judge Sugarman, who had to leave earlier. We have for this panel, the outstanding Stevie Moore, a parent activist and freedom from unnecessary negatives. Give a round of applause for Brother Stevie Moore. We'll have also on remotely, we have Brother Mecca Ekweke, and I think I may be pronouncing that name a little off the intended syllables, but he has a beautiful name, and he's the founder and CEO of Code Crew. Let's give it up and see if we can get him on the screen. And also Brother M.T. Mwenzi, a high school vocational program director and former student of Dr. Muhammad. And we have also Simone Rucker. Simone Rucker here with us. Are you related to our attorney Rucker? Maybe some relations. You have Mississippi connections. I don't know. Simone Rucker, let's give a round of applause for her. Jamal Muhammad. Is Jamal Muhammad from Lemoyne Owen College here? Jamal Muhammad? Not here? Okay. Also, Gabrielle Gilliams. Gabrielle here? All right. Give it up to Gabrielle. And this, we also have Representative Joe Towns. Representative Joe Towns, you join us in this conversation. Important conversation. And Representative Joe Towns has a message to give. Along with that, we have a moderator, a Howard University graduate, not only from Howard University, but from the School of Architecture and Engineering and Computer Sciences at that time. He's also an architect who's come back home to serve as a architecture associate architect with the Self-Tuck architecture firm. And I don't know if anybody knows anything about business and building in Memphis, but if you do, you got to know Self-Tuck, because this is the oldest, in my understanding, oldest Black-owned architecture firm in Memphis, Tennessee. And so we are grateful that this this conversation is going to be moderated by none other than Glenn View. Is it View or Vo? Vox. Glenn Vox from Self-Tuck Architecture, and he's standing in for Janine Gordon Fullylove, who is the juvenile court clerk-elect, as she is going through some health issues, and we are making prayers for her, and we're grateful for her support. So let's give it up for Glenn Vox.
Good evening, everyone. It is really an honor to even be a part of this program and to be invited. A lot of people on the first panel, I would hear adults talk about when I was a kid, hear those names. And so it's really good to see history meeting the present and to actually be involved now and not just be a fly on the wall to conversations, but to now be a part of it as an adult back in my hometown. So we will get started with the first question. This is on youth engagement in the city. And the first question has to do with what's causing the surge in youth violence in the city that we've been seeing lately. And anyone can begin. Get a microphone?
Good afternoon. Okay. You know, I was sitting here just thinking, and I was thinking when I was just sitting here and I listened to all the guys on the first panel, which I know very well, and I don't know them from back in the 50s and 60s and 70s what they was talking about, because back in that time I was serving time. I was incarcerated. And I spoke earlier today at a juvenile function, and what I think juvenile crime is this. Same thing I know when I got out of jail. When you get out of jail, first thing I got out in 83. So I don't know about all what my friend Shep Will was talking about. I know what he talked about because I got out. I saw it firsthand for myself when I got into politics in Joe Towns and all this. But when I got out of jail, we talking about youth involvement, where it don't quiet down to in my mind is that I was a felon. Got about 20 felon convictions and 5 DUIs, so I was towed up on the floor. And but now I got into juvenile, working with juveniles because I started my program called Freedom from Unnecessary Negatives, because I was laying in my bunk one day and it came to me that everybody in jail was in there for negative behavior. And I said, if we can free ourselves from negative behavior, we can empty the jail cells. It still holds true. I've been out 41 years and now I work in the same penitentiary that I did time in. But what I see is a problem that with the juvenile crime, they're one of the biggest problems because men are missing. I was at this meeting with juvenile courts and they had about 35 young men, and I said, who all got a daddy? I don't think but one person raised up the hand. So we out of God's order, the first thing. God made man, and man wasn't complete. That's why he made woman to help complete. But now it's all one man, children, and no male. So what we got to do, pick up the mantle, and what we keep saying now is that them bad bookers, them they just do it. Children are bad for a reason. They have no direction. They out here raging and stuff. I have a couple of families I work with. The mother is 30 years old, but she got 9 children. And all we do is say, well, she shouldn't have had all them children. That's not solving nothing. So what I got to do to be the big brother, the uncle, the nephew to those children, because they didn't get what they should have got. And so if we want to change children, y'all, we got to stop talking about them, condemning them, because once they do that shooting, it's too late. The 15-year-old just killed the teacher. He didn't just start that right now. That was built in him because what? No correction. I remember when I first started pimping and selling dope, my mama kept telling me, boy, you better stop, but I had no daddy to correct me. And I just said, Mom, okay, I ain't said no dope. But mothers, women got agape love. And we said, don't come home no more drunk. I go to sleep on the porch, but the next morning I was on the couch because mother's going to put you in there. They're going to put you, take care of you. So what we got to do is try to get the male, the men, to come back and start not only for our children, start being daddies and brothers for other young people, because they didn't learn this on their own, y'all. I'm telling you from personal. They didn't learn this on your own. And can they change? Yes, but who's helping them? And one more thing, that reason our children, y'all, I tell y'all, and this one frustration part with me as I deal with young people, we as a community, y'all, are too silent. We can hear a white man, a white policeman kill our children, and we, Black Lives Matter. But our children kill one another every day, and we ain't took a march up. We ain't did nothing. All we said, we offer our prayers. Well, the baby dead now. Oh, he didn't kill somebody. We gotta be just frustrated, excited that when our children die, we should be marching, we should be hollering, and we should be saying enough is enough. We're not gonna accept this no more. And for me, I keep a lot of candy in my office, y'all, and potato chips. And sometimes the mothers come and say, Mr. Moore, don't be giving them children all that candy. You give them too much candy. But I asked the women, the mothers, just one question, and I'm gonna pass it. I said, when you holding that knucklehead, when Valentine came, what you want him to do? Give you a box of candy. Because only candy I want to do is show I love you and I care about you. So we gotta hug our children more and let them know that we are there for them, and you don't have to live like this, and you don't have to live in that type of life.
I want to share, I'm an educator. I work at one of the alternative schools, and I was thinking back where Judge Sugarman was sharing a program that he would initiate if he has the opportunity at Hope Academy. I actually got a chance, I worked as a substitute teacher before I became a permanent teacher at Hope Academy. And in that stage, for a lot of our young people, you have their undivided attention. To implement a program where they can find value in themselves, I find that to be one of the most needed opportunities for them. I also have an apprentice program. I teach residential and commercial construction. And one of the goals that I set out was that if I was able to hire young people while they're in school and allow and help them get a wage while they're in school, that it would help them. I believe that. And so I set out to accomplish that. And the school district in Memphis, even though it was out there, no one had initiated that effort that I know of. If I'm wrong, share it. But I was able to bring the United States Department of Labor to the school system. And we hired the first apprentice, and he was actually a junior at that time, but by the time he became a senior, we had employed the young man. He was having troubles. He, like I said, returned to school. Most people thought, hey, he ain't gonna make it. But we believed in him. We talked to his father, and we said, well, give us a chance. Give me a chance to work with him. So we was able to work with him. And in working with him, he found an interest. So trying to find an interest, what interests children? So the changing of the paradigm of education is what we're dealing with. So from elementary through middle school, high school, and so on, how do we engage these young people where they are actually interested? One of the things that I find that a lot of times it's not a lot. You'll be surprised how small amount of money that these children do such heinous acts for. So, but it's nothing in front of them, nothing to catch their interest. So when we can catch the interest of young people, we're usually able to have. So with the young man that I've been working with, he actually graduated. He spent his senior year. We started him off in the apprentice program. We paid him $12 an hour to start with. He went on and went up to $15 an hour. He graduated. Now he's making money while he's in school. And I had quite a few other youngsters say, "Hey, can I come join? Can I come, be a part of the program?" But what we find is that who else is willing to support such programs? So now we know that it works. I'm not guessing about it. I know it works. And so he went and he had his brother, actually a twin, and his brother came over to the school. He was able to get his brother to come to the school, and he introduced the program to him. But his brother said, "No, don't want to do it. Nope, don't want to do it." So he continued to stick with the program, and all through his senior year, he never missed a paycheck. Got paid through the whole course. Graduated, started internship for the summer, continue to stick with us, and probably next month that pay rate go up to $18 an hour. Now keep in mind, this is one of the youngsters that is going to an alternative school. Matter of fact, a student, that's we sped student. So you count the students out when, if you really dig, if you really reach down and see what really affects, what can be done to affect them. This was one of the things that happened. So his brother, after he began to progress, get better, his brother then said, "Hey, can I come out here?" And we said, "Yeah." So we brought his brother out, and now his brother is a part of it. And he's learning the trade, learning the skills. So my point is, how can we engage the young people where they see a value in themselves, not after school, not after they graduate, but while they're in school? And so if we continue to implement programs like the STEM programs, coding, and not only teach them, but hey, you can make money not in the future, but right now. So today, our children should be coming out of school, making a wage that they can get out in this community and they can compete. They don't have to wait forever to make money. And so that's one of the things that I feel that was beneficial as a educator in coming from those in environment dealing with alternative schools.
And we'll take one more comment on this question, and then we'll move to the second question.
Thank you very much. Thank obviously our sponsors and our host, Brother Muhammad, for hosting and bringing us together. Like many of the brothers and sisters have said here today, I too was influenced by your pop, man. He was my friend, like a big brother to me. I can tell you where I met him, on Union Street at the Benchmark Hotel, talking strong and straight. I said, I didn't know him. I said, who is this brother? Because I had a hell of a daddy, so he kind of had that quality that my old man had. And from then on, we were together, doing things in the community that he said he's going to do, and a lot of us were already doing as young Turks, because Teddy, Shep, and all those was younger than your dad, okay? But he was certainly a trailblazer, and he shook it up. He shook up Memphis, Tennessee for the better. As a result of it is you being a good son, you're trying to continue on the legacy. So we're indebted to you for doing just that. We appreciate that. Yeah. Long may his name live in peace. Now, this is the thing. Crime is a thing that we got to look at. It's everywhere in the world. America was a crime scene. You got a country that was stolen, and all the folk on the land were almost wiped out and murdered to take the land. You're looking at people who sat here, your ancestors worked it for free, kidnapped. It was a crime scene. This is still a crime scene. We're in a place where Martin Luther King was murdered. Okay, so this is what I caution you all about as you talk about Black crime. Hell, everybody kills people around the world. You don't beat a white man killing. You can't beat him killing. But you get it through your heads the right way. You cannot beat him killing. He's the master of the bomb. He's the master of the virulent stuff that goes around and kills people. Spray aerosol, kill everybody, kill a whole damn country. Fly over it, okay? Everybody kills, okay? Let's first put that in perspective, all right? Every damn body kills in this world, and some are better than others. Always have been. How you think you got the country? Because you couldn't beat him. It's just that simple. Now, let's come down to, and all of it's wrong. If his murder is wrong, there's a time to kill, okay? If it's murder, it's what? Wrong. Well, there's a time to defend yourself and kill, okay? The problem is, and as I said as an older brother now, and I want to hear from the young folk, is that you've gotten away from the raising of your ancestors. How mud did them raise you? How grandmama, and you turn it over to these suckers with these PhDs, po-hound dog degrees, these BS degrees, bullshitter degrees, all these educated knuckleheads, okay? You're following them on how you raise your children. Because see, your great-grandmother wouldn't have this nonsense, okay? There's nothing that was brought in my house, my mother's house, my daddy's house that they didn't know about. How you gonna have a kid in the house with a gun and you don't know about it? That's your child. Have you lost your mind? Doesn't take any education for that. My mama was on top of her game with her children. She knew what was going on. My daddy was. Where you get that bike from? Where you get them tennis from? Boy, come here. You got to take that back. I didn't buy that. Where'd you get it from? You ain't got no money. Where'd you get this from? You got a gun? I'm going to kill you, boy. Okay? You have to go back to what the old school did. Old school is the best school because it's mother approved and kid tested and knows all the rules. Old school. Okay? Y'all looking for something new. You're looking for some nonsense, something new. Now, it is never going to work. Police are after the fact. They can't solve the problem. You can put another 1,000 cops. We need them, but they're after the equation. There's no way in the world I was going to go out and embarrass my dad and my mother because I knew at home they were going to tan that hide. That means get your butt whipped. You had these psychologists come along talking about taking discipline, ensuring that we take discipline away from children because discipline makes children bad. Who gives a damn about their anger? We're talking about them being bad, so people stop disciplining their children. Let me show you where things got off track a long time ago. Doing busing. Okay? When children begin to be bused from one community, from a Black community to a white community, the first thing that Black people didn't want is what? White people whooping their children. And white people didn't want Black people whooping their children because they didn't trust each other's disciplinary style. They weren't fair in many cases. So discipline was taken out of what? The schools. No discipline. Everything has to be disciplined. We don't like it, but it's good for you. It's like vitamins, like medicine, like roots in the ground. So we took discipline out of the schools. Then we took discipline out of the homes. I can't whoop my child because if I whoop my child, I'm going to jail. Well, my dad told me I'll whoop your butt in front of the police and then you got to go. Discipline is very critical. Okay? You have to be disciplined. What can you accomplish without discipline? If you're a farmer, you got to be disciplined to get up every morning, work that soil, plant that crop on time, watch the weather, the whole 9 yards. Anything if you accomplish something, you have to be disciplined. Children are supposed to be wayward. They're children, but you have to break their will and make them do right. We had all that. We didn't. So don't put it on money because we never had anything in this country. Frederick Douglass talked about the wealth we had at that time. He talked about 1/10 of percent of wealth that happened that African Americans had in this country at that time, and the percentage is still the same. It's still the same. So it's not the wealth. We were poor in our communities. Were disciplined. They were clean.
Now you have other influences now. When your children get away from you, you're going to have video games. What's this? Grand Theft Auto. All this stuff they're looking to, all this propaganda that you don't know what your kids are listening to. Okay? You're going to have the influence of gangs. Okay? Well, my mama was the gang. My daddy was the gang. Okay? When I was a kid, you know who the police were in the black community? Old women with switches sitting on the porch, watching what you did. Okay? Old women would get you. They'd be about this tall, would tear you up. You'd be 9 feet tall. You do the Holy Ghost dance because they were not afraid of their children. Okay? And there was respect and order in the community. Y'all are looking for something right under your nose. Go back to what our people did. How did African Americans make it during the Depression? When the stock market crashed? Who in the hell helped us? White men within food lines. Who helped us? Our own people did it. They knew something. That we've gotten so educated and highfalutin now, we got getting away from the old knowledge. You got to go back home. Don't discard the seniors in the community. Go find out what they did. You're too sophisticated. You know, so smart you don't know nothing. They call that a dummy. They say you can learn a lot from a dummy. Not these dummies today, because our community are in shambles. And the answer is right there with the old lady in the house is 90-some years old. Old man that you don't talk to. When I was a kid, we saw young people hanging out with old folk. That's how we got our wisdom. Okay? It's all right here, and we're looking for something to fall out of some government program. The government has never done anything for us, but kept us on a treadmill. Even affirmative action helped black folk didn't benefit from affirmative action, mainly help white women. You got to understand the game that our great brothers and panelists were talking about earlier is going to be played forever. What you must understand in this community, that what this country has done to us is going to be done forever. Changing votes, reverting back. We had 13 senatorship in the 1860s, U.S. senators. After the Emancipation Proclamation, we had 13 senators, U.S. senators. So what happened then? Up to the old game, they got them to take the troops out in terms of protecting them, and then they started with the Jim Crow laws and got rid of every one of them. Didn't have another until over 100 years later. Same thing in the city here. State representative people. 100 years later, these people are going to play the games forever. So what's got to happen, you got to raise your young people to be prepared to fight forever. Freedom is not going to be free. Once you get it, you can't put it in a can and sit on it, because there are people that are still fighting the what? Civil war in this country. They're still fighting the Civil War. What do you think January 6th was? That was a serious moment. If you hadn't watched those proceedings, you need to watch them. They were serious. They were locked and loaded and ready to try and do something in this country. So our young people have to be taught about all this stuff, because that's our frontline defense. The older we get, the more they come up the line and the stronger they become physically, because Father Time, takes it away. It's a matter of time. So they got to be ready, okay, to fight these battles, okay? And it starts with family. Now, other thing is this. We have to have a way, and we're doing a better job in terms of how we criminalize people and won't hire them, okay? Every man or woman, once you pay your debts to society, needs to be able to work, period. That's how punitive and low down and dirty these people can be to you. That will hire, can hire every man. Everybody makes a mistake. We talk about being Christian or Muslim or what have you, but if you don't have any forgiveness, partner, you ain't got nothing. I don't want nobody to follow me 24 hours and look at what I do and what I've done as a human being or what I think. Your thoughts will get you in real doggone trouble. You think crazy as hell sometimes, but you want to be forgiven. So people ought to be able to work. These are the fights that we have to fight today. What they have done today with civil rights, there's no more civil rights. Who's fighting for civil rights today? Ain't nobody fighting for civil rights, because you've allowed what to eclipse it? Abortion and homosexuality is eclipsed civil rights. We're not fighting for civil rights today for black folk. That was not the case when I come along, okay? So you've let something else become the top narrative in the black community. That's a diversion. got you on a goose chase, and it's not helping our people like it's supposed to. We still have systemic racism throughout this country. And you can go from astrology to zoology, and there's systemic racism everywhere in this country. Everywhere. Anything you do. It's a system that they practice and they perfected to keep you incarcerated. And then you're criminalizing some people that never should go to jail. Marijuana. Then they shipping the stuff in our communities. Teasing our children, enticing our children with no jobs, food deserts, no economy. Anything will try to live. Anything will try to live. So people do things they have no business trying to live. But the system has systematically created that condition. Okay? With your tax dollars. We all pay taxes. I don't care if you're a baby, you still pay taxes. This is the system that we live in. Our young people got to be fit to fight this stuff. So you all have to talk to them about what's really going on. You can't be anesthetized with all this junk on TV. It's a waste of cotton picking time. But what it is, it's like a drug. So you're happy, you're dancing, you're bouncing, this, that, and other, but time is burning. And they're still getting away with it. There's so many things to fight. Now, coupled with that, you got to have, you know, the love in our community. You got to let young people know you love them now. Okay? You must let people know you love them, even when they're wrong. You got to let people know you care about them. And you can't fool young folk. You can't fake the funk with them. You cannot fake it. But because you love them doesn't mean they get away with murder. Okay? We have to hold our children accountable first. Okay? We have to hold them accountable. So in the world, a 15-year-old boy would have a gun going out killing somebody. Like my brother said, he could have had it at 13 or 14. What is that parent doing? I don't care about it being mom. We've always had broken homes. We've always had that in our communities. Always. They broke up our homes. They broke up our homes. When you had welfare, they'd run you out. If you had a man there, they started that a long time ago. They'd cut your money off. And we're still raising good children. Because we had a system, we had a commitment, we had some wisdom in that, and we had extended people in the neighborhood would help us, da-da-da. So we have to go back to what worked. What are we trying to reinvent? Chasing the rainbow, you'll never catch the rainbow. It's old-fashioned practical wisdom and knowledge. And then our parents, we always relied on our spiritual training and teaching. Okay? How are you going to get away from that? We got so sophisticated now, we don't believe in God. When that man had his head on your foot on your head, you crying and praying and asking for the Lord to deliver. Don't get too big for your britches to forget where you come from. I'm talking to black folk. Don't get too big for your britches. Forget where you come from. Okay? And so things like that will help. There are lots of things like that. We got to make sure we got more opportunities in the community for our children. We need the opportunities. This man's doing a fantastic job down there, but we have to do that time 1,000 in this community. Okay? We have to do that. And as much as possible, men got to always, like my brother said, got to always step up and get involved and talk to these boys. You got to talk to them. A good conversation can change you, obviously, because they're becoming, the statistics becoming even more dire with the girls. They're becoming more violent according to the police officers. Okay, those are statistics. But the leading is going to obviously be the boys with the number of incarceration, murder in the street. You know, they killing in the street just like that. So you got to talk with them. And a man's mind reaching a young man has an impact on him. And this is another thing you got to realize. A lot of these children are hurting. They're hurting and they're acting out, and they're hurting because they don't have the love of both of their parents. If the dad's not dad, they feel as if they don't love him, and it's a lot. Men got to understand their value is more than a check. It's a lot more than a check. A lot more than a check. So in short, those are kind of some of the things I see. Thanks for allowing us to share a little bit. Back to you, sir.
Thank you. For our next question, we have some young people in the audience, and you all can feel free to answer this question as well. And I'm gonna give this towards our youngest panelists. Was the shooting of the Memphis rapper Young Dolph a sign of the negative power of social media? And also for any young people in the audience that may want to comment, you all can comment as well on this question.
Can you repeat the question one more time?
Was the shooting of young Dolph a sign of the negative power of social media?
I agree with the shooting with young Dolph. Social media was just going wild with it, and even though that with the whole shooting of Black people, Black Lives Matter, people just crazy in the world, and people don't understand what they're doing. I'm just being honest. And with the whole shooting, like shooting in Memphis is terrible. Like people doing crimes in the real world and going to jail. It's it's kind of selfish to where people just randomly start shooting people because they want to. But that's not how the world works. And how I always want to see the world is with no shootings, no nothing, no racism, and everyone can actually like get along equally. But no, we can't have that in the world.
Are there any other young people in the audience that might want to comment? Okay, somebody. We'll come back. We'll come back to you. Any other panelists have a comment on this?
I think we have some young people who wanted to comment. This is a sister in the back, and I think this is brother right here had a comment. Go ahead.
And yes, I can repeat the question if you need it repeated. The question is, was the shooting of young Dolph a sign of the negative power of social media?
I don't necessarily think it was a negative thing coming from social media. Me personally, there's a lot of things that go on in the industry besides what we know as normal people. So there may be a lot more information that they know that we don't. Unless you do your research and look deeper into it, you may know.
In my opinion, I don't think social media was the reason behind, because it's been history of his past coming back to haunt him. But a lot of people, even though he was a changed man, he was doing right and he was trying to do right for his community, some people were still hating on him not being the same man he was in his past. So for him to get money and get to do things for his community, a lot of people they wanted him to still be the same gangster thug that he was then. A lot of young folks don't like to see other people grow up and be in that past, stop with their past and be present, because a lot of people don't want to keep doing that all their life. You see your friends going to jail, you see them get shot. It's nothing coming out of that. So they want to grow up. They see something better, or they want to do something for their family. But the social media impact, a lot of these kids now wants this 15 minutes of fame or go viral. So they think it's money coming, but it's not. It's nothing but coming chaos, because you have these Facebook fights, and then when they come into, okay, I'm gonna meet you here, they go ahead and say my ops and stuff, they gonna come to the house and they go ahead and kill them right there on the spot on live. You got more of that going on that you're not hearing about, but you hear about not in just Memphis, but everywhere else. So I wouldn't say social media was an impact on Dolph. A lot of people did not like that he was growing up and he wasn't his past anymore. He wanted to be a better example for his kids, which is a good thing. Most men want to be a better example because they see that lifestyle is not that lifestyle anymore. Selling drugs ain't what it was back in the 90s, the 80s. It's a lot more, and the drugs ain't drugs anymore. It's hidden stuff in what they're doing. I literally, my child goes to Craigmont High School, and she was in the band. I can literally smell weed on the kids in the band room. I'm sitting here like, y'all don't smell that? They going to school like that. Parents are letting them go to school like that. There's no discipline or nothing. Like it's okay to be smoking weed in high school. Some of us didn't do that to college. We had that one chance, but they think it's okay during high school. Then you have the vaping. They hide in the vapes. So it's like everything we didn't have what they have now is phones to record everything that they do. We didn't have that. We didn't have no phones to record everything. Everything was through word of mouth, or you didn't nobody know what you did. Now they want to go viral. They want their 15 minutes of fame. They want to be on the news. Why is this so important? Nobody don't want to work. I work on my job. I've been on my job for 20 plus years. And FedEx is not the same anymore. We get the young folks, they don't want to listen. No authority. I ain't doing what you're telling me to do. But that's what you do. You do the same thing every day. I do the same thing every day. But they really do not want to work. They just want to steal, kill. Oh, I've steal this car. Let me put it on social media so I can show everybody else how to do it. That's how they learn. They learning. They're smart. They're not dumb. They're smart. They're just in a different type of smart that we don't know about. And technology is where it's at. That's why coding, and we have to put our kids into that, because that's the way of the world. All this old stuff and paper trails and computers is where it's at now. That's why they're doing what they're doing, because they're learning everything off of YouTube and TikTok and Facebook, because whatever somebody do in the past, they're gonna put it on social media so the internet can see, and everybody's looking up. That's what's going with the way these kids are. They're not worried about education. They worry about 15 minutes of fame. What can make them go viral, so they can have these white folks come look for them, so they can get that easy, quick money. Think it's going to be easy, but they not know that it takes a lot of work to, if you want to be a content creator. It's work to put in it, but they don't know that. They just want that 15 minutes, and sometimes that 15 minutes ain't even worth it. That's just my opinion.
Hello. Personally, I don't know a lot about young Dolph, but I don't think that his death was from social media, if that was the question. But I know with his death, it had caused a lot of other deaths to happen. And so I think that since the way his death was televised, I guess, a lot of other people, because of the way it was put on social media, I feel like a lot of other people died because of that way, and that's why I think.
Very good.
And thank you to the young people in the audience that were brave enough to share.
I think I didn't know Dolph until the police called me to bring some stop the killing signs up there and put them on the mirror where he got killed at. But when I went back and researched, because I don't listen to rap, but I went back and researched that. It's an old saying, live by the sword, die by the sword. That wasn't no accident. That was a beef going between people a long time ago. And we don't want to see, and I know what times what you was talking about, but we keep on talking about how it used to be. These kids ain't got no daddy. So how do we correct this? We got to figure out a way to correct this, because it already happened there. Our kids ain't got, like you saying about those children smoking dope, 9 times out of 10 ain't no daddy at the house. So who can correct it? They doing it with their parents. The mama going out shaking the shake with them, because ain't nobody tell them don't do it. The mama smoking a joint, and what Jaden told me, I'd rather for them to smoke a joint with me than to go out in the street and smoke a joint. There's no daddy to that said, no, you ain't doing this. This is my house. Because it ain't daddy's house no more. It's mama and children's house. And mama doing all she can. And she done got scared of them. She's scared to call the police because she's scared it's going to be retaliation. That's when they won't call the police. I got a tip line. Had it for a year for people call anonymous tip line. I had 4 murders called in, and they have told me, I'm not calling no police because they'll tell it who called. So we bring up the past all the time about how mama and daddy did it. It ain't like that, y'all, no more. We ain't got the family structure. We ain't got the grandmamas and the granddaddies to help straighten us no more. I got these kids coming to me every day. Mothers bring them to me. I'm tired, Mr. Moore. I don't know what to do with him. Daddy in jail, he in hell. He gone. So his mother is alone. When we came up, it was a whole different society. We had help from grandmama. We had help from, and know what sent me to jail? That we ain't got no more. It was called Nosy Neighbor. They said, Steve did that. He said that dope. We don't have that no more. Something happened right across the street in front of us, and nobody saw nothing. Nobody see nothing. But we got to figure out how to solve the problem and stop going back to the past, talking about how the past used to be. The past ain't gonna solve this, y'all. Past ain't gonna solve this. We got to come together, especially as always, as men, and see what we can do to solve this thing now. This is the right now. It ain't what happened 10 years, 15 years ago. We got to figure out what to do right now. I don't know how many of y'all know the Pepper Trees apartment in Whitehaven. District Attorney ain't aware, my friend, it ain't about that. But they talking about close the apartment down. What sense does that make? But they gonna go 3 blocks open and open up another apartment? You ain't solving nothing. Why don't you get it in that apartment and see the condition of the homes and the mothers and stuff in that apartment and see how can you help those children change their behavior. Closing it down and do nothing. They just going across the street. They going to West Memphis. They going to Frazier. They just going somewhere else. So we got to stop this and figure out some new alternatives to change this thing now, this problem that we got now. I got grown men. I said, man, let's walk out at 7 o'clock at night. Man, I ain't going to them bad children. I don't fool with them. That's what our parents used to tell us, being home by dog. Now you got grown men telling them they're home by dog. Well, what is that? And we got all these people talk. I'm out there in the street. Everybody got a comment. But tell me how many out in the street talking to them children on the corner. Ask them to come and go on the corner with you. See how many of them going to come. We make good scenes and we have good talk. But if you know some kids got a problem, why don't you go out there with the kids? I go out there with them all the time. I don't go by myself, though, because I look up to Jesus. Now you told me to do this. You got my back? But we got to go and meet them where they at. I don't care what happened 50 years ago, 100 years ago. It don't make no difference. This is right now, right today. And if we don't get out here and see what's making these children that, sometimes these children come tell you, Mama, one kid came to me, mother brought him to me. His brother, 16-year-old brother, got shot. He's 14. The mama said he won't go. He won't go. And I asked him. He was beat up. His mama thought they had jumped on him because of his brother. He wound up and told his mother, Mother, I ain't get beat up. I got beat in. See, we don't even know about the game. You got to get beat in the game. Sometimes you got to get beat out the game. So these children don't know which way to go. If they don't get in the game, they get beat up. They get ready to get out the game, they got to get beat up. So instead of us talk about what when and how, I hear it so much, what are we going to do right now? This young baby, this 14, 15, got a problem right now. We can't change it by talking about what the past. We got to find some solution for right now.
May I add some comments?
To actually transition us to our next question, which has to do with African American history. And I'd like Mecca to answer this first. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can teaching African American history and computer coding in schools give students greater self-worth and help them make better decisions?
Thank you all for this opportunity to speak. And I wish I were there with you. Unfortunately, I tested positive for COVID, so I'm doing this more safely for everyone. But and thank you for this opportunity to be included on this panel, Brother Talib, and to answer the question with respect to teaching African American history and computer coding in schools, giving them greater self-worth. Obviously, we at Code Crew absolutely believe that. We are a nonprofit based in Memphis, very focused on our kids. 90% of the kids that we serve K through 12 are Black kids. Another 5% are Latino kids. I recognize all that has been stated in terms of the challenges we've had in our communities. Right, those things are well documented, and absolutely we need to know our history and where we come from in that regard. And so having an appreciation for history is absolutely foundational. At the same time, we have to offer opportunities for on ramps to the 21st century, quite frankly. It's why at Code Crew we worked hard at the state level to make sure that Tennessee made computer science a high school graduation requirement. I'm appreciative of Representative Joe Towns and others from the state legislature who voted for that. And so that's, we're making sure that, Black kids are not left behind, because we're making sure every school has to offer that. Every school is going to have that 21st century opportunity for those skills, so that young people have that baked in. In fact, that's fundamentally, that's what we need, right? We need leadership and some culture changes in terms of what's possible for young Black men and women. I say all the time that we want to make coding as popular in our communities as basketball and hip hop. And there's no reason why that can't be the case. And we have to lead in that regard and connect young people to the reality that there are opportunities out there waiting for them, but they need to be connected. They need to get access to these skills. And so, and we need to do that within a context of respecting our history, and not just African American history, but our roots all the way back. I say all the time, my father's from Nigeria and West Africa, but I'm from Castaic in South Memphis. In the same neighborhood that Dolph grew up in. We know many of the same people, even though I was quite a bit younger than this young man, right? But I'm quite a bit older than this young man, right? But one of the great things that rooted me in terms of me having the confidence to recognize that I, as a Black man, can be just as capable as anyone else in the world was when a man showed me about the African origins of math and science. And he showed me pictures of the Sphinx and all these Black people that built these pyramids and all these great contributions to human civilization. That gave me great confidence to say, yeah, math and science, of course I can do those things. I forget the narrative that says I can't do those things, because my ancestors invented those things, right? Our ancestors invented those things. And so when it comes to coding and computer science, it's no different. In fact, the only challenge is convincing ourselves, our young people and our adults, that this is something that we are just as capable of doing as anyone else. And so when it comes to having a greater self-worth and making better decisions, I think fundamentally having access to opportunities results in an outcome with better decisions. And it certainly results in an outcome with better self-worth when you have access to opportunities. Right. And that's, Dr. King very famously said, and you are all in that hallowed spot where Dr. King was so sadly assassinated, but he very famously said that it's poverty and ignorance that breed crime. Right. And so while I recognize that crime is a huge problem in our communities, and we ought to not, obviously we shouldn't ignore it. If we're going to solve those issues, right, we need to address the poverty front. We need to address the education front. Code Crew is very rooted in those principles, right? We're providing computer science education to kids and adults so that they can have access to these 21st century opportunities, so they can have some money in their pockets. Because poverty, by its very definition, is not having enough money, not having enough assets, not having enough capital to meet your basic needs of food, shelter, clothing, and transportation. That's why we work hard to bring our our students in our adult program, who are averaging about $12,000 a year when they come into the program, if they have a job at all, right, to averaging $54,000 a year when they come out of our program in our 6-month coding boot camp. How do we pour gasoline on opportunities like what we do at Code Crew? It's not just coding and computer science. It's lots of other opportunities, especially in that STEM space. But I'm going to speak to what I know, right? And how do we pour gasoline on those opportunities such that we can lament less about about the challenges that we have, and they're well rooted and well documented challenges, and brag more about how we've been how we're lifting ourselves in the great way that our ancestors did when they were released from slavery with nothing, right? We need to have that mentality in terms of us lifting. And so when I think about Dolph in particular, right, and Dolph sadly got caught up in what happens too much in our community in terms of us finding opportunities to beef at each other when we should be trying to find opportunities to work together collaboratively and build something. How do we build more? And I think it's through connecting young people to opportunities by addressing those fundamental challenges of poverty and education. Let's get some skills in their minds and get their hands doing some things, and let's get some money in their pockets for them and their parents, so that we can actually build and lift ourselves. Because obviously, if we don't do it, who is? It's on us to do. And there's a lot of great organizations out there doing a lot of great work. I certainly love what Nate Ali is doing with the 100 Black Men of Memphis. I love what Tim Harris is doing with the My Brother's Keeper, and so many other great engagements, and so many people on the front lines from the state legislature right down to every neighborhood association. So, but we must work together and have to have that culture and that mindset of that we can do these things. And so that's my answer to that question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Uriki, for acknowledging our history and understanding the value of it. I'm going to tell, and stand on it again, this is the reason that as we sit right here in this city right now, in Nashville, critical race theory, y'all familiar with what they're doing with that, right? They're trying to erase your history because of how valuable it is, your past, okay? That's one of the problems. We don't understand the value of your past, and everybody else does, okay? In these Catholic schools and these other kinds of schools, they have the same core values that they've done over and over because it's foundational, okay? You build a house pretty much the same way. If you don't have the right kind of foundation, you're not gonna have a house that's gonna stand. They make you do certain things. They teach you certain things. Now, who would condone a parent doing drugs with their children? Who would, outside of a crazy man? Whether it's happening or not, you can't condone that. There's no way you can condone that. Partying with your children to that extent. Okay, there has to be rules that we all follow and obey. This young Dolph situation is a result of not only that social media stuff, but it's a result of how the music industry has polluted the music. Where do you go and hear all this dastardly, dangerous language in a song about other people, about whites, about Asians, about other folk? No one tolerates that nonsense but Black folk. That was orchestrated some time ago. Programming that poison in the music. It's only in the Black community. They would not allow that poison to be spewed in any community, talking about white people like that, or women, or Jews, or anybody. So why do we accept that nonsense? It ain't no damn music, no way. That's not where we come from. Our people are not thugs and prostitutes and all that. That is not our lens. That is not our history. And you can't make that my history. I don't care what you say. That ain't my history. Never has been, never will be. It's of the greatness that Brother Uriki talks about. But we tolerate that nonsense and this propaganda, negative propaganda that people in our community buy off into and get these beef that young lady was talking about down there. So when are we going to stop that? The music has power. The music is sacred, man. Satan was over the music. They poisoned and polluted the music. Now children are trying to live by the stuff, and other folk use it as entertainment. And we're using that nonsense, that great jazz and blues and rock and country and doggone blues we had, and old gospels, that was our music. That changed the hearts and minds of many folk, but today it's the most vile, some of it is the most vile stuff in the world. The degradation of women, the killing that you talk about all the time, that is propaganda. And it has an effect. When they go to war, they do propaganda on the radio, in the air, drop leaflets, okay, to deal with this, programming the real. And it's effective. And we're not monitoring that stuff. There's certain things you couldn't listen to. When in the old days, folk told bad jokes, this and other grown folk got together, where were the children? They wouldn't run the grown folk. Grown people do certain things that you don't have your children involved in. So there are core principles that work anywhere in the world. It's not an American thing. It's not a black thing. It's not a white thing. There are core principles and values that never change. Thou should not murder, love. Thou should not steal, okay? Thou should not covet. There are some things that we utilize all around the world to keep you civilized so you won't have chaos in the world. You know, it's a matter of time. You can believe it, or you can wait till it's causes destruction that is done, and it will get worse. It can get worse because the younger kids are even worse. They pick it up quicker, you know. Thank you.
Would any other panelists like to answer that question? That's our final question. Can teaching African-American history and computer coding in schools give students greater self-worth and help them make better decisions?
Yeah, I do believe that it'll work because of the importance of Black history and culture. I oftentimes say that the schools is really ground zero, and we have to, as adults, get involved in that. Not only that, we have to understand as adults what is really affecting our children, even to the point of like the mention of Grand Theft Auto, for example. And I was once talking to my class, and we open conversation. And so my question to the children was, what's going on out in the community? They say, well, with the robbing, jumping out the car, robbing people at the service station, jumping out the car, running, shooting and all of that. So I asked the question, what have you all been doing or involved in, and these was high school students, since you was a child that reflects that behavior? And one young lady said, GTA. And I said, what? She said, Grand Theft Auto. And I said, wow. Now let's look at it. And it's dealing with coding, right? It's dealing with coding. So we have to push our culture of African-American thinking or African history thinking into the coding industry. See, we've given, and if you pay them to do history on Black culture, and they can do it, but we have to be the ones that push this, because if they have spent from this big to grown being influenced, whether consciously or unconsciously, they're carrying out these behaviors. So do we say, well, the parents, they go by it and give it to them, and some are able to teach to get away from, but it's so, the dynamics of today is so different that those things that influenced me when I was growing up, like the encyclopedia, that's about the best you got. That's not happening now. So The idea that the child jumps out of the car and the car's full of weed. My mama was smoking weed, and that's why I got suspended. That's real. That is real stuff. We can't brush it off like we don't condone it, but it's real. So what do? So you, as when they come in, you say, well, I got an issue here, because I can't, blame the child who jumped out the car and they smelling like weed now.
That's right.
Now, here's another part. When they leaving school, door open, weed come out. Am I right or wrong? And they get in there. Now, they've been at school all day. So what do? So it's a complex issue, but it's fundamental. Now, why can't we get 10 strong men in every school? It's back on us again. Why can't we get 10 strong women, not the teachers, not the administrators, I'm talking about the parents, in the school, being involved in the school, engaged in the school? See, so what was done in the past, it ain't gonna work today.
Nope.
I mean, I'm on ground zero. I'm just not.
That's right.
I'm just not making this up. I'm in there every day. I spent the summer doing the same thing. So if we don't get busy as men and women, that's right, taking the initiative to go up to these schools, I ain't going up there to mess with them because that. And I often talk to Imam Jamil when I first started subbing. And when I got started, I said, man, look, hey, man, I can't deal with this right here. It's time, man, I'm going to go and walk away. And so I said, well, if I walk away, I'm like everybody else.
That's right.
So he said, man, brother, stick with it, brother. I said, man, I don't know about this. So I made several attempts to walk away.
That's right.
But if we walk away, if everybody walk away and we pointed all the parents that smoking dope when they drop their children off, and then they smoking dope when they pick their children up, then what do we do with the children that we take the time to teach them?
Thank you.
To me, with the coding, that's my child right there. Her name is Gabriella. She's been doing coding since she was in elementary school with Code Crew, and when they was at Leicester. So she's been doing their after-school programs every year till pandemic. So the way I figured it out was my mother brought it up to me to say something about coding at Leicester, because I pay attention to my child. She's into video games. So I said, well, she might have something. She's into video games and she's into art. So I pay attention to that. So I said, well, let's try coding. With her first going into coding, her first year, she enjoyed it. So she started doing the other things they offer, which is robotics and mobile apping and video game development. She got into all of their programs until the pandemic. For her to be young to do, then they asked her to do the St. Jude ALSEC. She was the youngest one, and she was only in middle school when she did that. I pay attention to what she was, because a lot of kids, if we don't go to the school, a lot of kids are hurting inside. They really need somebody to talk to. And I learned that with her first year at Craigmont High School when she did band, because she's into music. And the kids that I would take home from band practice will talk to me like a regular kid or just needs out. And you find out they got broken homes. They need somebody to talk to. They're taking care of their sister. Their mom don't work. They just stressed enough just trying to be a kid themselves. And then a lot of them are dealing with the mental issues, because a lot of them don't have an outlet. They just don't know where to go. They're being bullied at school because you still have that going on, but they may say, oh, 1 week we're gonna wear orange shirts at the school for bullying. That does not work, because if you report it, they still don't do nothing about it. My daughter has went through it, and she went through it through elementary. And I have a 7-year-old wants to get the whole class and turn against her because she didn't like her. She went through that. That was a whole mental thing that my daughter had to go through. The parent wanted to apologize, but I didn't want to talk to the parent, because how does a 7-year-old have the mental capacity to get the whole class to turn against my child because she didn't like her? I don't get that. Even though she had older kids in the house, because I met the parent. We went to the house. She stayed around the corner. So I was like, okay, it's a new friend. But for her to turn on her, we never knew why she did that. Mental health is so important with kids. That's why they might turn to video games. So I learned that with going to Code Crew, she finds out that there are other kids that's just like her that is not being accepted in high school or in middle school. Because now you have your cliques. You have the ones that smoke weed. You have the ones that are popular, ones that are nerds. She found somebody, when she go to Code Crew, she found there's people within that, all Black kids, they are just like her, maybe unique, quirky, same sense of humor, but she's not being judged for who she is. There's a judgment thing going on in high school. Who's popular, who can go viral, I don't want to be on Facebook, stuff like that. It's not even that important. But these kids now making technology that important. So we have to pay attention to that, because they're going to be the ones that develop in the apps. They're going to be the ones that's going to make these cars that's more efficient. They're going to be the ones. They are the future, but technology is where it's at. They've been doing it before we knew how to do it. I don't know how to do it. My daughter does, but I let her be who she is, because that's what's going to help. But if we don't go to the schools and help the kids, they need an outlet. A lot of them need an outlet. If we do coding, they'd be surprised that with them playing video games, coding is where it's at. It's behind the scenes. A lot of them don't know that. So with her doing it, I got my nephew into it. He went for the summer school program. He enjoyed it, so now he's gonna start doing it. If they actually knew what is behind the scenes, or they can make a future of it, I think they will, but they're not pushing it at the high school. They're not saying this is a course, or they have people come to the school to speak at it, to say, hey, this is what we do in high school. If you need a ride, they rather push like football and basketball, but not pushing it, the coding where it's at. I think if they had allowed even Code Crew to come to each high school and see this is what you want to do, it might turn around. But as of right now, social media is where the world's going to. There's no more going back. This is where because everything's going to be either on video or on the internet. And we have to go ahead and just make that choice to be same place with our kids at, social media and technology, because that's where the world's going to now.
Can I clarify something right quick? When I said what we're going to do right now, I wish we check statistics like you was talking about what you're doing in school, in schools, and all this learning is great too. But of course, y'all check statistics. It ain't the kids that's in school that's doing the crime. The kids ain't got through out of school. When you go into jail and you talk to these people committing the crime, ain't none of them got over 6th grade education. So I'm saying, what do we do now? We got to stop talking about why and find out what's making these children kill. It ain't no other question to me. Men, step up. These kids need some help. They need male talk. Are you married? No. See, I'm a single parent. And see, you got to deal with all that problem by yourself. That's what, no support. And we got to stop talking about what was last year and what was all this year. we gotta say what's most kids doing all this killing, they are not in school. Now, if you don't believe me, you want to go to jail with me Monday and talk to somebody? Go down to juvenile court with me? These children ain't in school, the one shooting, riding these streets, driving down these highways, doing the these are kids that haven't had no support, and we still, and I have to repeat that, when you ask men to go out in the street with you, oh, we can sit here and have these meetings all you want, but who willing to go out there at a neighborhood? Who are willing to go out in the neighborhood tonight with them bad jokers and say, man, you know, y'all need to do this. Why don't we take 10, 15 minutes out in the street tonight? Do it. Why don't we do that? We can talk all we want to do in here today, but come on, ride with me tonight. Come on. Let's do it. Let's go out there and tell children, man, you don't have to do this because we love you. And if you keep on doing it, we're going to kick you. Anyway, that's all.
Can we give all of our panelists a final round of applause? Oh, sorry, Gabrielle, you can go ahead.
So for experience with kids doing coding, they can actually get a real good job if they keep going to coding. And I expect like a lot of parents to get their kids into coding because they can actually get, like I say, you can actually get your child like some scholarship money or even a real good job. You can even work at Microsoft or even Facebook. But with other people that with the whole school situations, crimes, are kids really getting the education that they need? Are they even listening in school? That's the whole concern, because with me, I always pay attention in school, make sure that I have everything, make sure I get my grades up. And then with coding interfering, it helps me learn, it helps me code. And one day I always wanted to make my own video game and make money. And with other kids, if they don't listen at school, they get bad grades, they just want to go on the other side of, well, basically just with the bad things and good things. Some kids want to go to the bad things, but for me, I want to be a good kid. Because my mom, since my mom got me into coding, well, before coding, I feel like I was just a regular person. In elementary school, I did not like my second grade at all, to where I was just being bullied, just turned around, like they turned their backs on me. And I was just gonna become that one kid that basically, just that one quiet kid that basically has a lot of things going on their plate, and they still want to be in coding, like extracurricular activities. But question is, will their parents do something for their child to make them know everything, to where because with like some parents don't really monitor the child at all. And then that's a huge problem. Parents don't monitor the child, because do you even know what your child is doing right now? That's my question. And then making sure that they're safe, making sure that because we don't want no kids to like grab some friends and like in school, and basically they start like a whole because one time I saw some high school kids were in the car. They were literally just sitting on the window sill. I mean, one of them could fall, and that's literally a bad idea. And that is not safe. And I mean, the whole weed, drugs, smoking, vaping, that's bad. I do not want to do that at all, because if you do that, you can have a small amount of time in your life, and you're gonna regret it. But making sure that you get the education you need and you can work at a real good place that can actually get you some money, well, that's the good way to live. And with people getting coding, extracurricular activities, it's better than just doing like terrible things or even getting fights in school. Fights in school is ridiculous over just something like secrets, social media. It's like cyberbullying. But do people do anything about cyberbullying or bullying at all? I don't think so, because these kids have to stand up for themselves to tell their parents what they did wrong, that we can get everything situated. But do kids do that? No. No, they don't. They just hide it from their parents. Just straight up lie. And that's the terrible way to live. Telling the truth is a lot better than telling a lie.
Good job. And before all the panelists leave, could you all stand for a quick picture, please? And we do have one more panel after this one.
Let's give these people a round of applause. All right, let's again give our panelists a round of applause. We are really, really so grateful. We're getting ready to start our last panel, and I'm going to call up the panelists to come and join us. We want to ask Joe Towns if he can just stay for a minute for the last panel if we can. Along with that was Shep Wilburn, also Arthur and Anise Robertson. You can ask you to come on up, and Van Turner. We asked County Commissioner Van Turner, you can come on up. Come on up. Imam Jamil Muhammad, if you can come on back up. We have a video that we're going to show as well.
My name is Diane Dawson Black, and I'm the Democrat nominee for U.S. Congress in Mississippi. And Hester Jackson. Can I get a picture of you with Diane? Yeah. Okay.
All right, you
Good to see
okay?
you. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. Can we ask those panelists, Shep, Commissioner Turner? Commissioner Turner, I know. All right, we have Brother Joe Towns. He has to leave. So this is the panel that's going to talk about the People's Convention. We're going to talk about the benefits. Also, I'm sorry, we also have the Congresswoman, soon to be Congresswoman from the 1st District of Mississippi. Can we have Diane Black also come and join us? I got to get my laptop so I'll know all the people speaking. So we're going to set the stage for this conversation by first taking a look at a video. The video is a trailer for a documentary that is a award-winning documentary, actually taking first place in a film festival all the way on the other side of the country, about the People's Conventions called the United Front, the 1991 Memphis People's Convention. So let's cue up that trailer and take a look at it. And now, just to make sure, is this also on the StreamYard? Because we want to make sure you know how to share it in order to get a stream. Hold 1 second. Let's pause that 1 second because we want to make sure our YouTube guests are able to see this. 1 second. Now we have Representative Joe Towns is back. Let's give him a round of applause. And while he sits down, we're getting ready to queue up. But I saw some of the other students of Dr. Muhammad who came in the room and they didn't get recognized. We want to ask them, all the students of Dr. Muhammad, to please stand. I know we have this table here. They were full of the students. Let's give these sisters a round of applause. I mean, they were outstanding students of Dr. Muhammad. And of course, we had Brother Imam Jamil. He had already stood, but these particular students, we want to make sure that they got their propers. So we have the film. Let's go ahead and cue that film up, and so you all can see some of the documentary. And in fact, as I understand, Dr. Muhammad was actually in the film, although not in the trailer. But please go ahead and roll the film.
So this was serious business. We all knew that we were playing with a serious situation and that, literally our lives could be in jeopardy. And that's one of the reasons in the beginning there were only 3 of us.
One of the proudest moments of my life and all the things that I've achieved in my life, and God has blessed me to achieve many things. But one of the things I hold dearly to my heart and achievement is to be voted one of the 100 most dangerous in America by the Ku Klux Klan.
Otis Higgs lost the runoff to Wyatt Chandler at 79.
J.O. Patterson Jr. lost the runoff to Dick Hackett in 83. Minerva Johnson lost the runoff to Dick Hackett in 87. I said, I'd be damned if that's going to happen again in 1991.
If you will recall, Harold Ford Sr. during that particular time was the dominant political leader in the Black community. In fact, Harold was one of the most powerful political figures in the state of Tennessee. Bill Atkins said, Harold, you got to come out here and tell these people something. They're getting restless and they need a decision. And then Otis Higgs spoke. I think Otis ran at least twice, and he was defeated on both occasions. I said, in all respect to you, Otis, I said, that's the very reason we cannot allow you to run. I said, because if you think for 1 minute that white folks are going to vote for you over a white candidate, and let me tell you something else, Black people ain't in love with you.
Harold, he and Willie and Otis were up in the upper chamber, and they went up there, and Harold, as I understand it, basically told them that Otis is going to have to be with him.
I was the get it done girl. I was always in Teddy's ear. Okay, Teddy, come on, man. You do it. If you don't do it, nobody else is gonna do it. Ain't nobody got the courage to stand up like that. Because Teddy was always a rebel on the outside of the system and always fighting for his people. That was Teddy.
It was almost unbelievable. It was almost unbelievable. It was not only a community victory, but it was a personal victory as well.
A Chuckle Bantam production presented by the Rainbow Connection and the People's Convention Coalition.
All right, let's give that trailer a round of applause. And I don't know where we can go and see that movie, but I'm just on the edge of my seat right now, and I definitely want to go and see it. But I want to ask the filmmakers to kind of give us, to set the stage for this conversation about the legacy of not only Dr. Muhammad's lawsuit, but his support for the People's Convention. Tell us a little bit of the concept of the People's Convention. We've heard a lot already, but maybe to share with you your roles and in particular the lens that you captured. So do we have Brother Arthur and Anise, or are you just going to have, we have both of you all come and join us? Because again, we've definitely heard a lot from Shep, and we want to make sure that we get the lens of the creative eye, and hopefully we'll have Attorney Strong back as well. So please come and join us.
I want to comment on your dad. The day of the People's Convention, your father was not supportive of the People's Convention. He was not supportive of it at all. But he showed up at that Coliseum, and he saw the people, and he saw the organization, and he gave up his desire for the will of the people. I told this story in San Diego, and that's true leadership, and it's hard to find that. I just want to mention that, and then I'll let somebody else talk. Shep.
I'm gonna pass it because I've already talked a lot, so I'm gonna let these have a word. I can say something later.
Well, as you know, the People's Convention could not have happened for it not been Dr. Talib Muhammad, because he was the one who filed the lawsuit to set the stage for that. And so basically what we saw was a conglomeration of events, if you will, that shaped up. Everybody was talking about a consensus candidate, but there was no real solid movement going on. And so in the spring of 1990, Teddy was having meetings with a couple of us. He was having meetings with Shep. He was having meetings at our house in our backyard. We had just moved in the house and all of that. And so Teddy, Vernon, and myself were having meetings. And I was encouraging Teddy. Teddy said, and that's gonna be rough, that's too much. He said, I tell you what, get on the ground. I did that. I went to 3 places. I went to Operation Push meeting. I went to Democratic committee over there on Latham. And I went to, I think it was NAACP. Everybody was talking, but I didn't see organization. And I came back that summer and I told Teddy, they're talking, they're not doing anything. In the meantime, Shep, myself, Teddy, and Vernon were meeting at coffee shops. We were laying low at coffee shops. Then the decision at some point over that summer was made, let's move forward. Shep had some things he had lining up, and so everything just kind of came together. And then it went from there. And then the meeting started at the Union Hall on Marshall Street. I forget the name of the union, but it started at there. The meeting swelled, and then the community leaders came on board. Once they came on board, then it wasn't enough room there. Then it went to the Union Hall on Winchester, and it went from there. But this story is a David and Goliath story. That's what it is. It's the story of speaking truth to power. It's a story of being told you can't, but you move forward like you can, like this conversation that's been going on here this evening. You move forward in spite of when God says move, you move. You don't necessarily see all of the dots connecting, because when we started that, the dots were not all lined up, but we moved forward anyway. And everybody called us everything under the sun. They called us buffoons. They called us idiots. Shep's house got shot at. I mean, all kinds of things was going on. And so the point, though, is that movement came out of the desire of the people to move forward, and the dedicated crew. It was a small crew. It was not a large crew, contrary to what people think. It was a small group that swelled into a larger group, and we were still going against the grain of the system and the power brokers that be, black and white. Don't miss that part. It was black and white. The ministers didn't want us to do it, and so we decided that we were going to move forward regardless, and we did that. And from that became, and that convention happened on April 27th, 1991. And it was a rainy day. We was concerned about the attendance, and it still went forward. And it was a beautiful convention. What was the number, Shep? It was over 3,000. The floor was full. But the point is, in the mission of what you all are doing now, to start off, you don't have to have a large group. You just have to have a dedicated group, a committed group that do what you say you're going to do and put your hands to it and move forward. As far as the film, I was being acknowledged for an event, and the interviewer asked me about some community things I had done, and I went back to 1991. That was in 2021. And when he asked me that question, I realized, hey, it's been 30 years. That group had never convened, and many of them are gone. And God said, daughter, move. And the film started from there. Chuck O'Bannon came on board, my husband, had all of the footage. He was the historian, documentarian. And so yet again, we pulled people together again, and the conveners who remained, the organizers, that being Shep Wilburn, State Representative Barbara Cooper, give me some names, Shep. I know, don't start names, you're right. But everybody who remained that were conveners came on board, and we basically did that film. I wrote the script in 3 days. Chuck shot most of the interviews in 3 days, and we completed the production in 3 months, which is basically unheard of if you know anything about video production. Recently, we won the San Diego Black Film Festival Award, Best Cutting Edge Documentary. Thank you, thank you. And what I found most dear about that experience was we were the only people there from Memphis. We were the only people there from Memphis, Tennessee. And everybody was from all over the country. Most were from West Coast, New York, DC, New York, Florida, everywhere in between. At the Q&A, well, when the film started, when Aunt and I walked into that theater, they were sitting on the steps. There were no more seats. They were sitting on the steps, that anxious to hear Memphis history. Right. That anxious.
They're streaming it, so they might not be able to hear you if you don't use the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. My bad. And then they were sitting on the steps and during the film, we were sitting up at the top and looking at them. And these were mostly young people. These young people were like 40 and under. A lot of them were filmmakers. And they were leaning in after the film. It was supposed to have been a 10-minute Q&A and went on for about 25 minutes, and they still had more questions and pulled us into the lobby with more questions. My point to that is, and my takeaway of that was, young people are hungry for direction and organization. We just have to get up and do it. They're hungry for it. And so those are some of the main points that I think that would be of interest to this film.
Well, I think that she set the foundation for the conversation. And as we, kind of wrap up, this conversation needs to focus on two main points. What has been the true benefit, right, of increased African-American presence in government over the last 25 years? How has it benefited the people, African Americans and other people who have had to follow or be governed by the policies of the new governments being led by African American legislatures and executives? We heard a lot about how African Americans are being beaten at the polls because we're being manipulated against each other to all run and vote, dilute our vote once again. But the question is, well, what is the benefit of having Black representatives if we see what is happening in our community? There's a sister who is here, I'm not going to mention who it is, but has lost two children at the hands of gun violence in our community, while we have had African Americans in office as, county mayors, as county commissioners, as city council members, as even judges. So the question is, what is the value of having African American representation? I want to ask everybody to answer that question. I know Shep is chomping at the bite to answer it. And we'll go on down from here.
It is valuable in this sense. We have to have people in the halls of power, at least to try to have them be able to use the power. It is our fault to some degree if we put the wrong people in the halls of power. That does not mean that the power is not there, and with the right person there, something can't be done. We have, in too many instances, selected folk based upon liking them, based upon personality, based upon everything other than can they get the job done. We have to not give up. And I have to give this reason I wanted to get this, because I have to tell folk all the time, we've had all these Black mayors and they ain't done nothing. We've had all these congressmen, they ain't done nothing. We've had majority city, just exactly what you said. And I tell them, what do we tell our children? If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. We elected the wrong suckers. Let's go get the right ones. You can't quit on the power just because the person who was in power didn't know what to do with it. We got a whole bunch of people, some of them are sitting on this stage, who can do something if they had the power, who know what to do with the power, and who, quite frankly, want the power so they can do it. Our job is to make sure we put the right people in the right places and not keep putting people who don't deserve to be there, putting them there. Now, as to what we have accomplished, if we haven't accomplished anything other than give some folk coming behind us a notion that the power is there, and if they want it and they know what to do with it, they need to pick up our mantle, and then begin to use it. Just because we fail don't mean that you can't succeed with the people coming behind us. And I suggest to you, yes, a lot of mistakes were made by those of us who were the first. Some of us were scared. Some of us didn't know what we had. You know, I had Rodney, if he's on, he'll tell you that when Mayor Harrington was elected, people in Atlanta said they wished they had the power that our mayor had, because he had sole contracting authority. Very few cities in America where the mayor has sole contracting authority. And yet there are those who would say he didn't use it in the way that he could have to benefit the Black community. So I'm just saying, but now there are those of us who know that. Unfortunately, they changed it so he no longer has sole contracting authority. City Council has changed that. But in the environment that we're in, we still have power. If Van Turner had not been on the county commission and we hadn't had 7 African Americans on the county commission, we would not have been able to redraw county commission districts to give us a possible 8th. All right. That's important, because if you understand it takes 7 votes to get anything done on the county commission, you always need an insurance policy with one of our commissioners, because sometimes some of us don't want to do right. 8 is better than 7. And so now that we have that, that leads the way for the next county commission to maybe be able to accomplish what this county commission couldn't. And that's the hope. So I just wanted to get that out there, because yes, some mistakes were made. We didn't do what we could have done. Some of us wish, I said in the previous session, I thought I would have made a better mayor than Mayor Harrington. That's my personal opinion. But he was more winnable than me. And if you understand politics, you can't do a damn thing if you can't win.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Okay. All right. Brother Joe Towns. And I asked this because I know my father, when I remember, and I know Imam Jamil can testify to this, that when my father got elected to the Memphis City Council, he often confided in Imam Jamil and some of us that he did not believe that he was going to be able to accomplish what he thought that he was going to be able to accomplish when he ran for office in the first place. And in fact, I think at one point, and this is the reason I wanted Imam Jamil to come up here, he had actually threatened to resign right after he had gotten elected. That's the level of frustration that he had with, you know, the way things were being, done in the council. I guess the system, So, Brother Joe Towns, in the context of this system, it's almost kind of like the blue code of silence in the police, system, where, if you go against it, you could literally lose your life. And so therefore, police officers just basically go along with a lot of lawlessness that they see. How do we, tell our children to just wait until the next 4 years to, elect another, county commissioner or state reps? They run every 2 years. But what do we tell our young people about, why they should vote? The value. What have we won over the past 25 years, Brother Joe?
Well, look, man, obviously you got to be involved in the game, okay? You got to be involved in the game of life from A to Z. in order to, make some changes. Now you got to remember 25 or 30 years ago, even some of the corporate jobs you would see on TV, it was always this paradigm, this psychology that we were not even fit to do these things. The psychology of us changing that paradigm was very critical, number one. If we didn't change that paradigm, our kids would still believe that they cannot, okay? Now, the other thing is this, that you have to realize that in 25 years, that the game is still evolving because they're always trying to trick you and change certain things. We always had a saying in the Black community that once we learn the rules, they're going to change the game, okay? Once we learn the game, they're going to change the rules. But in order for you to be able to participate from the inside, you have to have people there. Now, they've always had the numbers. They had the numbers. When I started at the legislature, Democrats, we had about 64. It's down to 25. It's down to 25, and 25 cannot necessarily, on any circumstances, the math doesn't work, change how they decide to vote for an issue that may impact our community. However, you don't give it up. Like Shep has said, Councilman has said, you don't give it up, you keep on fighting. But let me tell you where I think the magic is more so than the elected official. The magic is in the activism of the people in the community. The power is with the people, okay? Okay? The power is with the people. When you decide, well, let's say the Montgomery boycott, okay? Who shut it down? Were the people. It wasn't elected officials. It was the people. The power is always with the people. That's constitutional, as well as that's where the volume is. The volume is always with the people. So in our community back in the day, we had many active civic groups in Memphis and Shelby County. People were active, very, very active, because they weren't going to be denied of what they sense was a sense of freedom and entitlement to participate as a whole citizens. So it works in tandem. It's not just elected officials. You got to have that, but it's the people as well as whatever business people we have as well, organizing, marching towards the same goal. Without, just imagine now not having any African-American elected officials. The look of that is absolutely just horrifying. Okay. Now, what the other thing is this, is that when you have those elected officials, those minority elected officials, we always can bring the issue up. More so than anything, you want to acknowledge the issue of what's going on. Our issues were never even talked about, Shep. They were not even acknowledged. What was going on in your community was not even acknowledged. So at that point, you're like the invisible man. It does not exist. You don't exist. Okay. So we know for a fact we're not going to get as much as we want. We know for a fact we're not going to get as much as we need until the numbers change. But we also know that if you're not there participating, you're not going to get anything at all. Nothing at all. Now, and we're so far behind the 8 ball, obviously we want more to happen in a quicker fashion and time. But the reality of it still is that politics is math. It's a math game. If you can't, how many votes you need on the county commission? 7. Okay, how many you need on the city council? 7. You got to have the votes to get it. Okay, it's an equation that you can't cheat to do it, because if you get in power, the same thing is going to backfire on you. We have to count the votes. So coalition building is something that we have to do. That means you have to work with Democrats and Republicans. I tell people at the legislature, I'm registered as a Democrat. However, I'm going to acknowledge this to you, African-American people and white folks or whoever else is listening in the room. Everybody's screwed over a black man. The Democratic Party and the doggone Republican Party screwed over a black man. You understand? So it has to be about your issue. Okay. I'm not lock, stock, and barrel following nobody when it comes to my people and poor people. Everybody. The Klan was founded with what? Democrats, right? All right. Let's tell the truth about it. Okay. All right. You got to understand the history of it. So sometimes we get so focused on following what these parties do, Democratic Party or the Republican Party, and they're not addressing our issues. If they're not addressing our issues, hey, I wash my hands of them, because they're not helping my people and they're not helping poor people. And Anglo-Saxon people need to understand that neither one of these parties really give a hoot about poor people. Zero. Look at the policy, how they spend the money. But we still have to be in the game. We have to be in the game, participating and playing. So in 25 years, it has done some good. Has it done all we want? No. Has it done all we need? No. Has it done has it changed the paradigm of how our young people think, how we think what's possible? Yes, it has. Do we need to have more involved. As Shep said, we need the right people with the right heart to serve the people and the understanding of business, how to move the economic needle forward. We got to move the economic needle forward in this community. Okay, thank you.
All right, let's hear from Brother Van Turner. Brother Van, you're there on the county commission. Maybe you can speak to what is the role of the county commission, and particularly as it relates to the young people, so you can kind of let them know like how you are directly involved. I know that the county has a jail, and there are hundreds of young people in that jail. What are you all doing, maybe to speak on the programs that can be created in the jail that we talked about, creating a program maybe in my father's name where the young people are going to be trained in both vocational and cyber skills, mentored, and hopefully even placed in jobs. So when they come out of the jail, they have actually something to do as opposed to going back into doing the same thing that got them in jail in the first place.
Thank you. So it's a pleasure to be here with everyone. Assalamu alaikum to all the Muslim brothers and sisters who are here in the house. And I want to, again, thank you for carrying forth your father's legacy. And let's give you a hand. This is Attorney Kareem. We thank you, sir. We stand on the shoulders of a legacy of great men and women who set the stage when I was just in high school, 1991. But I saw it on news that night. Everybody was out on the streets. And I think they said, if Harrington had lost that election, the city was going to burn that night. So they had to do something. They found those 142 votes underneath the election commission. And so, but we stand on the shoulders of warriors who paved the way for me. Again, I was in high school watching it on TV. And we only saw Shep and others on the screen, Dr. Harrington, Congressman Ford, and to be in a role where I'm now serving on the county commission is a dream come true, But I just want to say that on the county commission, we have a budget of $1.4 billion. And the majority of this budget is used for education. So our primary funding goes towards education and not towards jails. So our focus is on education. Now, we are in a crisis here in the city. It looks good. I just left the NBA reception and everybody is there having a good time. And when the lights are off and all of you all go home and you leave the city, we still have significant issues in the city. A pastor was just killed. She was in her driveway just a week ago and was carjacked. And instead of just leaving or taking the car, they shot her dead. This was a lady trying to assist the youth in the community and trying to help the youth in the community, and she was shot dead. And so I think that when you look at what's going on in the community, our young people have lost hope and they don't see a way out. And because of that, they would rather choose a path that's not the best for them or for the community. And we see it on news at night, or we see it on news in the morning. I was with a guy and he told me something profound. He said they found the cure for Oxycontin and all these other drugs, but what about the cure for, crack cocaine? This was something from the 80s and 90s that we grew up with in our communities. And so essentially he said there is a cure for it, and it's a simple cure. They told him about the experiment where the rat was dropped in the container and there was crack cocaine, and the rat became addicted to the crack cocaine. But then when they dropped the rat in the tank again, they had the crack cocaine on one side and they had the spinning wheel, they had food, they had water, they had other things for the rat on the other side. And when the experiment took place, the rat chose to go to where the food, the water, the spinning wheel, and everything that gave it hope was, and it left the crack alone. So in essence, the cure to not only that social ill, which plagued us for a number of years, but I think to what's going on now in our community is hope. The people got to know that you love them and that you care for them and you're willing to put the skin in the game. If we walk past our youth because the pants are down, the slang is being used, and we act like they are not us and they have no hope, then that's what you end up with. So we have to give our young people hope. We have to let them know that there's an alternative to picking up the gun, to joining the gang, to doing those things that are harmful to their bodies and to their community. And I think there'll be a change. Black people are spiritual people. This is stuff you can't read in the book. There's something about us as a people that you can't read in the book. You see it in our music. You see it in whatever we touch. There's something we bring to it that's special and that you can't quite put your hand on. And there's a spirituality that we have to have in order to move us. That's part of our culture. That's what we brought to this world. And so in order to really effectuate true change in our community, you have to tap into that. You have to tap into something that is, again, not in the books. They're not going to teach it to you in the police schools and the training academies. But there's something that you have to connect with us as a people. And the young people feel it. And they can feel if you are with them or if you're not with them. And so that connection is missing from some of the leadership, which is now in office. And I think to effectuate the true change we want in this community, you have to emotionally and spiritually connect with the young people in this community in order to start making true change. You just can't talk about it. You can't read it in the books. You can't put more officers in the community. You can't throw more money at it. We need the resources, but you have to start connecting with the young people, I think, on an emotional and spiritual level in order to really effectuate the change. And that was Dr. Harrington to us. I mean, no matter what Doc Harrington did in his latter years, you were emotionally connected to him because he came from South Memphis, the projects. He went to Booker T. Washington. He went to Lemoyne College. He was our superintendent. So you felt a connection. You wanted to say what he said, but you knew you couldn't say ain't no pump bone in my body. He asserted manhood for those who have been stripped away of their manhood. We can take this outside. He challenged those who would beat us down, put their foot on our necks, and wouldn't let us, live and enjoy like everyone else could. He taught truth to power. That was the emotional connection we had to Dr. Harrington. And I think that's what we need. We need to create that connection again with our people and with our youth to solve the problems. And so in addition to the training in our jails, in addition to the resources we need to put in the community, we have to have leadership that is spiritually and emotionally, and really, I think, quite frankly, culturally connected back to the young people in these streets, and we can start seeing the change we want.
Go ahead, Brother Van. I like the way you talk, brother. I like that talk. So, to the Congresswoman to be in the 1st District of Mississippi, the question is what would be the value of having a Congresswoman in the 1st District of Mississippi, the 1st Congressional District, who looks like you and thinks like you? What are some of the values and the priorities that you would bring to the people of South Haven and Tupelo and some of the other communities down there, and how could it benefit the people here in Memphis?
First of all, I would like to thank you for having me here tonight. Well, Mississippi is the poorest and the sickest state in the union. And our people are sick and tired of being sick and tired. I work with the Obama administration with the Affordable Care Act. And during that time, we had a number of insurance companies in it. And after Trump came, he was going to repeal the 2010 Affordable Care Act. So what I done, I called my senators and representatives and asked them not to vote against getting rid of it until they can replace it with something. because in Mississippi, we had over 200,000 people in need of health care. So we ended up with one insurance company in there, but it wasn't good enough. So the people can benefit by having me there because I've already been working. I'd be a little nervous or whatever, but I've already been working to help the people in Mississippi. If I was at the table where it really counts even more, I can help the people of Mississippi even more so. Because the one we have now that I'm running against, the representative that I'm running against, he has failed to help Mississippians in a way that I can help if I'm at the table to vote. He voted against giving the president power to stop these big oil companies from price gouging. Mississippians already need money. They need a living wage. Our minimum wage is too low also. And then the prices of gas and food is high. And he voted against the president having enough power to stop price gouging by the big oil companies. And if I was there, I would vote in favor of the president having this power to stop the big oil companies from price gouging.
Well, that's a very good example. And I think that, the question that I want to come back to, and we can go back down the line because I see the food has gotten here, so we don't want to delay the food too long. And that is the question is, what is the power, of an elected official other than just voting for a particular measure, like she said, which is important? Is there not a voice that an elected official has? I mean, we oftentimes look at, people on social media, doing all kinds of outrageous things. But what about the celebrity of the elected official? Many of them have the blue check marks. I don't know, Brother Van, you might have a blue check mark next to your name since you're a county commissioner, But the question is what is the value of having that blue check mark? What, why does it matter? And what can you communicate to our youth in particular? Brother, he asked us earlier, how many men are going to go out to the streets and, go with him and protect our community from being vandalized and having havoc wreaked upon it. How often do we need, or how often do we see, elected officials, particularly with those with the blue check marks, doing that, using their celebrity to call attention to some of the things that are going on, not just voting on it? I mean, maybe you can answer that, and then we can just go back down the line.
Well, I had 4 boys, and I raised them mostly. I had a husband, but he was gone a lot. I would take them fishing. My father would take them hunting. They need to be kept busy. And in the summertime, when the University of Memphis with Larry Finch would have basketball for the young people, I would enroll them in that. You got to keep the young people busy. Fishing, hunting, whatever, sports, keep them off the street.
All right. Brother Van.
I think you have to be willing to use your platform to articulate what's really going on in the community. Oftentimes, we get caught up in thinking that we know what the community is really feeling, but we don't. And so you have to, keep your ear to the ground and keep people close to you who are in the streets and who are on the front lines day in and day out, and they can tell you what's really going on. And so we have to use our platform and the resources that we're able to use in order to support those individuals who are really on the front lines. I love a program called Heal the Hood, which is in the Hickory Hill community, which I represent. And they intervene and disrupt young people going into gangs, and they assist them in getting out of street gangs. And so this is a critical need in the Hickory Hill community as far as making sure and disrupting the gang proliferation. We have to keep them away from that, and we have to allow them to get out of that activity. And so I funded it with the resources that we have. Each commissioner gets $200,000 to fund these types of programs. So instead of giving this money to the larger nonprofits that we know about and we see on TV all the time, I have made it a point to give to these smaller nonprofits who are actually in the community on the front lines to enact true change. That's what you got to do. You got to go ground up. It's not top down. You got to get to the bottom.
Excellent. Good point.
I have a program called You Baby, UBABY. The acronym is You Be a Better You. That is the job of a leader, is to inspire, to encourage, to motivate, to organize everybody in your orbit, young people, adults. Adults are responsible for young people, so you really can't get them unless you get the adults, to be a better person. We always talk about, I'm trying to live my best life, my best you. Your best starts with your better. And those things happen in increments. We start up here, we need to start just like what just like what he said, is to start from the bottom up. And I've spent my whole life, all of my adult life, working with young people, encouraging them to do and be just that. Which one would you prefer if I asked you a question? EQ or IQ? Emotional intelligence or intellectual intelligence? Most people will say what? I heard a mix of both. That's good. But it's emotional intelligence, because in school, we'll teach it. We're teaching them the intellect, but that's not catching. It's not grasping, because they're taking that intellect, doing things that they don't need to be doing because they don't have emotional intelligence on how to see about each other. And that's part of what a leader does, is to inspire each other, to take care of each other, and to be better.
And I want to open up this question to the floor as well. I know there are a number of leaders that we have out here. You can, chime in. Just raise your hand. We'll bring the microphone to you, Brother Roberts.
I want to comment briefly on the power of politicians being elected. When President Obama was elected president, not only did our young people never thought they would see that, a lot of us adults never thought we would see that. That was a major accomplishment. In 1991, we had two things that we tried to accomplish as the small group. One was to elect our first African-American mayor. The next one was school consolidation. We always felt that the city schools had more books, more this than that. The county schools. And that was a major challenge. So we have to take time to appreciate the accomplishments. That was a major accomplishment. But like someone said, as soon as we get that, they changed it. They changed the game. So even though they're small accomplishment, when groups like this make that, we have to acknowledge that. That's it.
I always say in elected officials, official duties are the floor, not the ceiling. You can do anything else you want to do after you do what you statutorily are supposed to do. I got in trouble at juvenile court as a juvenile court clerk because they said I was overstepping my bounds, that I was trying to keep young Black boys in particular from getting in trouble. And that wasn't my job. That was the job of the judge. I will be greatly honored and happy when Tarek Sugarman wins the position as juvenile court judge. But I suggest to you, 20 years ago, I was the only thing standing between young Black boys being a part of the school to prison pipeline, and I had to step up and do something about it. As part of what we did, we had something called positive image tours, and it was a
different twist on this scared straight thing that you always hear about people doing. Scared straight, they bring you to juvenile court, they take you to the detention area, they show you what the kids are. You don't want to come there, you don't want to be like that. We flipped the script. I took them to the judge's chamber. I took them to my office. I said, you want to be this. You want to be in charge. This is what you ought to be. You ought to see this, because you are one day going to be in the position where some of your friends and their children are going to have problems, and you need to be the one with empathy there to deal with them. So we brought them there so they could have a positive image to it. Then similarly, we had a program to pay the kids to clean up around schools in the summertime. Now, people say, well, you're just paying them to pick up paper and all that. No, we were doing more. We were making them have pride in their community. We paid them to clean up around where they went to school. So not only were they getting money, they were also improving the condition and the appearance of their school. And it just so happened, since we had them all day, we would teach them a little bit about culture. We would teach them a little bit about history. We would teach them a little bit about being a man and what your responsibility is. And we tried to give them something that would help them be better as they went forward in the school year. Lastly, one of the things that came out of that was we had GDs and Bloods and Crips who went to different schools, but because we didn't let them just pick up around their school, all the kids picked up around all the schools. They had to work together. So I'm saying those are the innovations you can bring. Nothing stops you if you decide you want to do more. Yeah, you will get persecuted and prosecuted because the intent was, with a system as juvenile court, nobody wanted it to change who had benefited from it being like that. All right. And it was nothing but people who looked like us and our kids being remanded over as adults. And even years later, Commissioner Henry Brooks brought the feds in to prove the same thing that we said 20 years earlier, or just about 20 years earlier. So I'm saying, but again, I come back to this, it's all up here. There is a person who I won't call his name, but he has a statement, and it has become my mantra as it applies to Black people, political power, economic power, otherwise. He said, the power is in your hands, but the right thought is not in your mind. Think on that for a moment.
As we, and I think the microphone, the battery might be running out, maybe pass that one to him. A question that, as you conclude, I see we have one of our sponsors, attorney Marcus Ward, who just came. Let's give him a round of applause.
Marcus.
And we would definitely, welcome him to come to the mic and get some comments, especially about this last particular point. And it kind of goes to the issue of economics, is what was mentioned before. Like, particularly, what is the role? So 2 questions. I'm going to give you each one of you the opportunity to answer one or the other. Question is one, what are the role of elected officials to increase the amount of contracts, particularly to people who look more like them, so our young people can have jobs, perhaps being hired by some of these diverse contractors? 1, you can answer that question. Or 2, what can we use? How can we use government to honor the legacy of Dr. Muhammad? I know there are streets named after various people. There are schools named after various people. Maybe, programs that can be named after various people. Highways, public libraries named after. Well, what is the best way? And the reason I ask this is because a lot of people just want to get a name of something to, be able to say, oh, that's my so-and-so. But the question is can or should we not be using these naming rights as a way of inspiring the young people so they know that certain people existed that paved the way for them, hopefully, to have a better existence? So you can answer one or the other.
Test it. Well, thank you for the question. Actually, I'm gonna tag team. That's the reason We have to give our brother credit for, when we talk about naming rights, getting those statues taken down. Even though many of us have fought against those statues years ago, we were able to successfully, at the state level, they tried to change the law so you couldn't take the doggone apartheid statues down. We outsmarted their butts and still got them down. So yeah, we have to, okay? Now, it was a long fight, but that naming rights, those images, they use that to psychologically still try to have people to think a certain way and control a certain thing. But now, as I said earlier in my presentation, you know, one of the most critical things for us to do is to deal with the realignment of the economics in this country, okay? All the money that's being generated in this country, the Black community, white community, Asian community, all of it's tax money. They benefit from it, and we don't. They get rich off of it, we don't, okay? It's time for us to fight in this country about some do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, okay? Some do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. We got to, not reparations. I'm talking deeper than reparations, because this stuff is perpetual. This money is perpetual. It goes on forever as long as you have a country. We don't get our fair share. It's okay. So they did a reverse psych job on us with affirmative action. You know, only somebody got affirmative action in this country is a white man. Okay? He has affirmative action. He gets what, Chip? 99% of it? He gets 95% of it, Marcus. Okay? So it's time to fight about the money in this country. Economically, if you're able to take control of your economics, you can hire your own folk. You can hire the total community. You can create the narrative in your company. You can show these young boys and girls that there's more to being successful than dribbling a damn basketball, jumping up and down and putting it in a hoop, which is okay because they make millions, okay? However, the scientists ought to make the millions, okay? If basketball goes away, I don't die. If Black doctors go away, I do, okay? So it's inverted in terms of what you put the value on in our community. So we need to fight about the money in this country, okay? We need to fight about it. We need to fight about it quick. And what elected officials have to do is they've gotten so slick with how they play the game now. The other Republicans and different folk, they blocked us. We got to file lawsuits. We got to fight them. We got to continue to fight for economic parity in this country. We have to fight them tooth and nail, going and coming. We can't give up fighting. You got several businessmen, and my partners and friends that are businessmen, but you can't get into business where you pay taxes. Yet you can have a joker come from another planet, if he's white, and do business and make millions in your community. And we don't make that money. So it's time to fight about the do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do being equitably shared in our community. And our leaders have to lead that charge because they have to keep on talking about it. The young folk are bringing it up the rear. They're ready to fight. They're ready to take it to the community. They're ready to take it to the streets. They know that it's necessary to have a certain amount of revenue generating in your communities in order to have some prosperity. Land is always valuable, but without water, okay, you can't grow anything. Money is the water. You got to have money infused in our communities. You must have money infused in our communities. And we want our fair share of tax dollars spent in our communities. It's a pimp game is what they do. They pimping the poor. They pimping the poor. They've been pimping the poor. And they have us diverted with all these issues, so many issues, but the core issues that you must focus on, we don't even have time to focus on, is the energy. We got to refocus and recalibrate our minds on where we have to go there. In the minority community, the poor community, there may be 1,000 issues to fight about, but you got to get the foundational things right. I don't know what happened there. You got to get the foundational things right in order to make some progress. You must get the foundational things right. And money's at the core of it. Can't do anything. You would think somebody would bury you for free, right? Ain't happening. About $10,000, $12,000 just to put you away. Okay, and from the time you're born all the way throughout that, you got to have a certain amount of money. Now, I didn't say that you crave and love it. I'm saying we have to have it in order to have a safe, comfortable, thriving, clean community, and then change the image of what is success in this country. It's not just sports and entertainment. Okay, next.
Well, hold on. Why don't we bring it, this closing remarks. So let's bring it down here, let's close it down, and we'll have Marcus end it out, okay? So the two questions to you, and Diane, maybe you start. Two questions. One is, what do we need? What is you in your role? What are you going to do to increase the amount of dollars that could flow in the hands of companies that could hire some of our young people? A, or B, what might we do to honor the legacy of Dr. Muhammad with respect to naming rights and things that can inspire the young people if they see his name on certain buildings or streets or things such as that?
I think they should have your father's name on streets, name of streets, and that would when the kids see it, they would want to know who it was, and they can go study it and see what all he had done. My father-in-law was one of the first Black men in Olive Branch, Mississippi, to have a large construction business. He has a subdivision named after him and also a street. And what was that other question?
Well, you can speak directly to your grandfather or father-in-law's work, having a construction business. You know the value of actually having perhaps contracts with the state or the county.
Right, correct.
What do you think you could do as a member of Congress to make sure that more small business owners got those types of opportunities?
I really think that's on the state level. That wouldn't be on the federal level. That would
Or federal dollars that could be also given.
to bring
Absolutely.
the federal dollars to the
Absolutely.
state level,
Absolutely.
and then they would situate it there.
Exactly, and giving your voice and lending your voice to
Right.
these contractors if they want to actually bid on a contract, having a letter written by a member of Congress, I think could probably go a long way, right?
Right.
Absolutely. All right, good.
Sorry.
Brother Van?
Thank you. I think, we name buildings and streets after the luminaries in this community all the time. And I'm just now really learning more about your father via this symposium. And so I think there should perhaps be something that we could work with on the council to make this happen. Now, I term out on September 1, but I have a great successor coming after me who's part of the Sugarman family. Y'all met Tariq. His sister's replacing me on the commission. She's my successor for District 12. And so, the fact, to really think through it, the fact that we don't have a People's Convention marker or something that really is in this community that tells the story of Dr. Talib Muhammad or those who really risked their lives to make this a reality for us is unconscionable. So I do think that this is something that should be brought to the council and the commission, something that they could perhaps work on together. There needs to be a museum. The story needs to be told here in this museum. It needs to be something dedicated to how Black people achieved political power here in this city and county, because if we don't appreciate it and learn about the sacrifice, we'll repeat the past and we'll lose it.
Teach.
We'll lose it. And so what we have now is a situation where there's a referendum on the ballot to stop what was put in place to stop Dr. Harrington, term limits. So this came about 10, 15 years ago because Dr. Harrington was in office and they could not get rid of him because the people kept returning him back to office. No matter what they did, what they said, they tried to set him up. They tried to indict him. They tried to do all kinds of things to get rid of Dr. Harrington. And the people kept putting him in there, elected 5 times. And so what they came up with was term limits. And now that term limits is the law of the land, we have to live by it. I have to live by it. They want to change the rules now. And so that is something that we have to look out for. They first tried to consolidate the governments to make the city and the county one, which would dilute the strength of Black people in the city. That failed. And now they're trying to mess around with the term limits to, again, prevent voting strength and to prevent African Americans from achieving some of the higher offices here in the community again. So the games are still being played, but we have to stay ever vigilant. I'm an optimist. And so we've come too far to turn around, and God has brought us through so much Allah has brought us through so much, brothers. And whatever you call him, whatever name you use, he's still the same. It's up there, but it's in us. So we have to keep fighting. We have to keep fighting. We have to instill that to the young people to keep fighting. This may be a fight that I won't see the victory on, but our young people may see the victory later on if we would just got to keep fighting. Thank you.
All right. Attorney Marcus Ward. Let's give a round of applause to Attorney Marcus Ward. He, a lot of people, you know, he hasn't been one of the people who has had his name on a campaign, poster or a ballot, if you will. But he has been one of the people working behind the scenes to make a major difference in our community and a major difference in this program. I mean, a number of the people you heard speak were from the Rolodex of Attorney Marcus Ward. And really, even the venue itself, the relationships that we established were through the advice and the counsel and the prodding of Attorney Marcus Ward. So let us give again a round of applause to Attorney Marcus Ward.
You're far too kind. You're far too kind. In a city like this, with as many of us that are together always, we're just a family. And so I don't take any great pride, and I take pride in being able to know all the people that I've been able to know over the time I've been in this town. But you know, it's just like family. And one of the things I'm really happy about today is that the federal building, which is where I got my first job when I came back, when I graduated from Texas Southern Law School, Thurgood Marshall School of Law. I worked on the 9th floor for a judge that actually asked my father, what is Marcus doing after he gets out of law school? He said he hadn't figured it out. We said, well, we need to figure it out for him. He needs to come and work for me. And I was a federal judicial law clerk for United States District Court for Judge Odell Horton, the first federal judge in the state of Tennessee, the first bankruptcy court judge in the state of Tennessee, the first assistant U.S. attorney in the state of Tennessee since Reconstruction. And the building was named in 2007. When I went to work for the building in 1995, it was the Clifford Davis Federal Building, Clifford Davis exclusively. And those of you all who may know anything about Clifford Davis, ironically, I went to buy a house. My wife and I, the first house we went to look at, we didn't buy it, was on Kensington Street, and there was a house that belonged to Clifford Davis. There was a basement tucked away in the house where they said Clifford Davis ran his political machine. And I venture to tell you that no one in that political machine looked like you or I. But it was a political machine that lasted throughout time over the 50s and 60s and maybe even before then. But the building was named the Clifford Davis Federal Building. In 2007, it was named the Clifford Davis Odell Horton Federal Building. Well, now, after some further research into the life and times and practices of Clifford Davis, the building will be named exclusively the Odell Horton Federal Building. So we named after him, and I know that he's looking down on us saying, why'd you do that? Very modest man. I know him well, but it was well-deserved, and it's a step in the right direction of where we're going in our federal jurisdiction, in our federal approach to how we do things. And hopefully we will keep that up and keep it going. And really, that's an inspiration to all of us. You talk about teaching kids the stories of people that have shaped Memphis. His is a legacy that has shaped Memphis for sure. When you talk about people like Odell Horton, Benjamin Hooks, Dr. Talib Muhammad. So I go on, I segue that to the question is, how can we best honor the legacy of Dr. Muhammad? Well, I look at it from the standpoint of there are a lot of buildings, as Van said. There are a lot of buildings, Commissioner, that are named after a lot of Black people in this town. A lot of streets named after a lot of Black people in this town. There are a lot of other things, societies, organizations, and other things that are named after Black people in this town. The question is not whether or not we name the buildings. It's what's going on inside the buildings that we name.
Come on.
And so what we have to do, what we have to focus on is what's going on inside of those buildings. And let me give you a prime example of this, because I've worked for the city of Memphis for quite a bit, and I don't think there is a project that the city of Memphis has undertaken in development in this city that's more than $5 million that I was not a part of. I've done probably over $5-7 billion worth of development in the city of Memphis as an attorney, from everything from the pyramid that you see now to the fairgrounds and anything else that's probably come through this town. If you notice what's happening right now, as our Black population gets greater, our wealth gets smaller. There was a time where people used to say, well, what was it, Commissioner Wilbur? For every so many dollars, black spending power was what, 1.8%? And I think we're now down to 0.89%, but our numbers continue to go up. And I explained to you when I said what's going on in those buildings, what I mean. If you look at all of the things that are assets for the city of Memphis, all of those assets that are public assets, paid for with public tax dollars, yours and mine, either our property taxes for where we live, whether you rent or whether you own, you're paying property taxes, or sales taxes for the things that we buy. All these assets are paid for by those things. But yet, when it comes to things like the zoo and Overland Park, and to some degree, Pyramid and these other great assets, they are all run by these commissions that are outside of the county commission that you serve on, Commissioner Turner, and the city council, where they can make decisions about what happens with these buildings on their own, and the taxpayers really don't have a whole lot to say so. And by the time it comes down to it, you're left with the decision. You understand what I'm saying? Representative Towne knows what I'm saying. Commissioner Wilbur knows what I'm saying. You have to be vigilant about understanding what's going on inside the building. That's what Dr. Muhammad would want us to do. He would want us to read, educate ourselves, and educate our community. And if there's a vehicle through which that can be done on a regular basis, let's do it. We have one vehicle, it's called Commercial Appeal, but we got to hold them accountable. We have another better vehicle, it's called a Tri-State Defender. That's our newspaper, but we got to hold them accountable. We've got to put the information out there and make sure that it gets out there. Somewhere along the line, our faith-based network started to waver. We've got to reinforce our faith-based network. That's how we got the information to do the things that we did. If you look at some of the leaders from long ago, S.A. Owen, Fred Lofton, Kenneth Whalum, I could go on and on. I don't want to start because I'll miss somebody and somebody will say, you forgot. But once again, religious leader, faith-based leader, Dr. Muhammad, part of the legacy. Strengthen the faith-based community. Let's get our business community on point. We probably have, I think it is the 4th largest Black population in the country as far as the rate, or maybe even 3rd. There is no Black Chamber of Commerce in the city. What is the business voice of the Black community? The business voice speaks through its chamber. The Memphis Chamber of all FedEx and so on, they speak through the chamber. There are probably at least, and I know because in my firm, I represent at least 50 to 60 businesses. I don't hardly have any clients that are not African American. But there is no Chamber of Commerce. You have to put together some sort of business organization so that we can establish our own voice, our own initiative, put forth our own plan for success. And the 4th thing is we have to trade with each other. We don't get to 0.8 business receipt just because someone's not giving us something. We don't get there because we're not working with each other. You've got to trade with each other. Oh, well, I don't want to deal with them because they're too slow. Well, guess what? We got to work with our brothers. If you got a brother and your brother's slow, I have 2 sons. One gets slow, the other one brings him along.
That's right.
I was the youngest of I had 4 sisters. They bring me along, 2 that my parents sort of adopted along, 2 by birth. I was the youngest. When I got slow, they brought me along. We got to bring each other along. We've got to create the collective. I don't mind naming anything after Dr. Muhammad. You know that. But I'd rather see the substance over the form any day. And we've got to focus on the substance. Trade with each other. Get educated. Rebuild our faith-based community. Understand what's going on in the government. And vote. And encourage others to vote. I know we talked about that earlier, but encourage each other to vote. Understand it's important. Because if it wasn't important, they wouldn't be messing with it. So let us get vigilant about being what we need to be for this city. And I think because as Black Memphis goes, Memphis goes. Let's be clear. If the Black community does not work, Memphis is not going to work. No matter what you segregate, no matter what you try to spend, no matter how much you try to take, the Supreme Court tries to take private dollars, our public tax school dollars, and put them into private education. No matter how much people want to take public money and put it into private development here, it doesn't matter. As Black Memphis goes, so goes Memphis. So let's make it happen. That's my piece.
I would not feel proper if I didn't say this and make this suggestion coming off of what Attorney Ward just said, and also to share this history. Dr. Muhammad was one of 10 people that were a part of the Black Economic Development Council here in Memphis that met at the bakery and the restaurant every Wednesday. Those folk include some of the biggest heavy hitters in economic development in Black community in Memphis. Everybody from Art Gilliam to Archie Willis to Banks Finley White, Frank Banks, Mabel Holyfield, Tyrone Moore, myself. I think we had somebody back when we first started that was from Universal that came. We had a representative of the BBA, the Black Business Association. And what we did, and this is why I want to go through this, what we did was talk about what it would take to improve Memphis for Black people, both economically and politically. I want you to hear this because this all ties into everything we've been talking about. A group of Black Memphians were meeting at your dad's restaurant who were economic development and political minds talking about how we were going to change this doggone thing. As a result of that, not saying that we spurred it on, but conversations resulted in him moving in his direction, many of the others of us moving in our directions. And so here we are. So I think a fitting tribute to your dad would be that we set up a Black think tank, all right, that will focus on economic and political empowerment. All right. And that would have as a feature of it a Black Chamber of Commerce, which would be named after your dad. But also it would have the ability to be political because we do know that politics and economically are inextricably tied. And so I think that what has always been lacking in Memphis, and I've shared this with others, especially Commissioner Turner and others, is we don't have a Black think tank here. We don't have one. We need a group of people who sit down on a regular basis and talk about what's going to be done or what we think needs to be done or come up with some ideas that we want to run past the community about how to improve Memphis for Black folk. We need them doing that on a regular basis and then move out and do it and not be able to, we used to have some real good discussions. I mean, when we met, I mean, no, I think we ought to do this. No, if we do that, this gonna happen. And then we got together and we decided to do something. One of the first things we did when we started as a group was say, we got to stop talking about this, doing business with Black folk. Dr. Muhammad got that restaurant. Let's take our doggone business there every Wednesday. That's just a simple thing. Let's go there every Wednesday and let's eat there. So I'm saying in my mind, consider having a think tank that would basically be there to address those two issues, economic and political empowerment, and have the chamber be named after your dad as an outgrowth of the economic piece, and then look at how you might be able to add something to it from a political piece. And I think that is much more, in my mind, a lasting tribute to him. If you got Black people sitting down talking about how to improve Black people, than having necessarily a street, although both could be done. They're not mutually exclusive.
Excellent. I think we had a couple of people from the audience who wanted to comment. In fact, ladies first, if you don't mind, brother.
Greetings, everyone. I really feel like this.
First, introduce yourself.
Oh, my name is Nasira Muhammad, and I was a student of Dr. Muhammad as well. And when he first came to Memphis in the 80s, he did one thing. He went to Mayor Hackett's office and he said, no more business as usual.
That's right.
And then after that, we got bumper stickers. And we put bumper sticker on all of our cars, running around the city saying no more business usual. And then after that, he started a plan called the ECE plan, educate, communicate, and eliminate the plight of the people. And that's what we need to do. And that's how we honor him. That's all I have to say.
Sister, bringing back the history. I remember no more business as usual. All right, brother.
Actually, I want to say that.
Can you introduce yourself?
My name is W. Issa Luboti. I want to say that I was introduced to the African American community per se by Dr. Muhammad. However, I have to say something else. I had a colleague, a mentor, who was very close to him. His name was Dr. Khalid Abdullah Tariq Ali Mansour. He's no longer here.
Dr. Khalid Mansour?
Yes.
Rahmatullah alayhi. I met Dr. Mansour in Sudan.
Yes, yes. So he calls me, I'm a student, as he was picking all of us across the country. Brother Obama, Brother Faiso in Atlanta, we were all picked at the same time. He says, I want you to go and support Dr. Muhammad. I said, who is Dr. Muhammad? He said, you just find out from your community, you know how he talks, and start supporting him because we have a journey to go. So somewhere I just showed up on Airways, and everybody was, who is this guy? Is he a spy? But he introduced me to Memphis. But I've heard a lot about economic development from all these brothers, and I think we all know each other. I would like to say that the leaders, all of them who are there now and who are there before, have let our Black people down. You spoke about government activities. Actually, citizens cannot go directly to the federal government. It's the cities. And you take example, this city, you have funding like 108, which you can research, and I'll pay for the research because I have the money to pay if it is for that purpose. And you'll find that African American leaders who have been there then, who are there now, maybe who might be there in the future, who do not assist any African American. And for us who are immigrants, decide to say, okay, if they cannot support those who are born here, who have grown here, and they are the ones who have the pen and the paper to make those decisions. What about us who are immigrants? Yet we are all struggling on same journey and reaching out. And I think until that time, our leaders can come to the understanding and acceptance that African Americans just don't have to settle for crumbs, setting up $500,000 for Black businesses. But not, that's zero. Until that happens, I think we're going to have these conversations over again and again. And in my final statement, there is an African immigrant. He's now African American. He doesn't want to be called the immigrant anymore. Who 15 years ago, the city would say, hey, you know, you don't even deserve one penny. But today, in my view, I think he's the leading Black business person in this city with over $200 million in assets. But he did one thing. The very people who used to deny them, some of them work for him today. And to our leaders here.
What's his name?
I'm not going to mention, I'm in trouble, but I can talk to you about it.
Wow.
Yes.
You must be definitely undercover.
No, he's okay. Yeah, but I thank you for this program, and I think it is going to grow. We are here. We are prepared to support the foundation of Dr. Muhammad as we move on, because I was part of the 1991. Imam Jamil is here. If it wasn't for him, I don't think some of us would be in these celebrations of African American leaderships. But I thank all of you for this symposium.
Well, we are so very grateful. Let's give a round of applause. Dr. Tariq Mansour, actually, our Khalid Mansour, is a scholar and an author and a lawyer, actually. And he someone I confused for another scholar overseas who also my father spoke of. But Dr. Mansour was someone who my father was definitely fond of. And he used to represent amongst many people the Nation of Islam in some of their international business transactions. And he came and spoke at one of our symposiums, actually at Howard Law School, many years ago. So I'm very, very grateful for Dr. Mansour. And actually, a connection is that one of the wealthy Black business people in New York, Percy Sutton. Some of you all might know him. He once said that he was introduced to Obama, President Obama, by Dr. Tariq Mansour. So it's so important to kind of like have these conversations, to recall the names of these people who have made a difference in our lives. And that's what we were doing today. And that's why I'm so very grateful that all of you all partnered with us and joined with us, and particularly our youth. And I'm glad we have a couple of youth who are still here. But it is all about engaging our youth, because if we don't engage our youth now, our youth will be engaging us. If we do not reach out to them, they will literally reach out and take from us. So we can't just close, the door and say, oh, it's not me, it's not my family, it's not my nephew, it's not anybody who I know. You have to sacrifice. What in Arabic, there's a saying that says, al-nusukihi wa mamati wa hayati wa mamati lillah wa ana awalan muslimin. It basically says that, my life and my death, my livelihood is for the Almighty. I'm willing to sacrifice that. And so until we are willing to sacrifice our lives, again, for the Almighty, by saving and reaching out to our young people, we're going to continue to see what we see every day, which is, again, the tragedy, such as having, a teacher killed by two of her possible students. This is the type of, again, tragedy that has to stop. And I pray that the work that we're doing to honor my father will be a stepping stone for the ending of that type of violence. So this has been a wonderful conversation. I'm glad that you all stayed until the very end. We'd like to ask the speakers if they can come up and get a quick photo at the at the front. We can ask all the speakers who are still here. We can ask Brother Imam, Representative Van Turner, Commissioner Turner, if you can come and just come up, and Brother Joe Towns, the Robertsons, the Anise and Arthur, if you guys can come and we get a quick picture. In fact, let's say everybody come up. Let's get a quick group picture. There's enough of us here. Let's get a quick picture and have it for the history books. Maybe it might even be into the Civil Rights Museum. We might have to have a little exhibit here. But everybody can just line up right quick, and we'll take a quick photo. Maybe have our brother Isaiah in the back. Let's give it up for Brother Isaiah, the brother who's been doing a great work in the videography department with our StreamYard and YouTube. We never knew it could be done. This brother showed us it could be done. Yeah, absolutely. Everybody study. Maybe get a couple lines. We need to turn sideways. We can sideways. Here, let's. Absolutely. Turn that way.
We gotta come in tight. There you go. The other, you ain't got no I ain't no problem. I ain't no problem. I'm good to go.
Couple chairs. Just have the panel sit right here, and then everybody else get behind. I think that's better. The panel is sit here, and then we all get behind. Yeah. Would you like to sit?
Yeah. You can talk about the panel. We
Oh, let the ladies sit.
We're gonna let the ladies sit. Between these distinguished brothers.
So anybody else getting a photo? So we remove this chair.
Come on, Joe.
Come on here. Slide in on
Congratulations. There's fewer on this end down here than it is on that end. Y'all just balance out. Squeeze tight. Come on, brother. Get in a little bit.
You know that made my eyes close, right?
All right, for this one, let's let Dr. Muhammad sit right here. Like,
Only this side has the good stuff, that side doesn't have the good stuff. Everybody.
you remember my father was a boxer at Booker T. Washington High School. People will know his.
Come on, where is it? Everybody
All right, let's make this.
Yeah, the ladies too, don't be sexist. No. Got it.
We got
One more.
Lady, push this up. Yeah. All right.
That's right. That's right.
Come on,
Big Perk.
Good. I understand.
I hear him.
I won't.
All right.
Like Simon said.
I don't think I meant to excuse me. All right, Diane Black.
I want a photo.
Okay.
Is that okay?
I'm her campaign manager.
Now, where's your district? Okay, so it's lounge. Yes. I had an opportunity to back in Western Canada.
That's what you do.
And I actually worked there. That's what so I know that stretch.
Well, they have diluted black vote in some districts, and they've established parts of Betty's district. So Manola, Yalabucha, and Bernard counties are also Betty's district. But this is the very first year that all four congressional districts have African American candidates. We've never had that before. America hasn't had it, where one state has a slate in the Democratic Party of all African Americans. We have Betty Thompson, we have Diane, we have Shiwasta Young, and we have Mayor Johnny DeBree. So we have the possibility of really representation in Congress if people turn out, especially women, because Republican women in 2011 voted against the personhood amendment. So they could be mad about this abortion thing and they could vote for Diane.
Absolutely, absolutely. And how many votes do you have? What percentage of the city? I'll say potential. Forget about the one discretion. If I know that you have a certain large so.
You know, I don't think we can really answer this question, do you? You see, the problem is that Mississippi has the biggest population in the nation. We have more elected officials, African American officials, than anywhere else in the state. But we have just an enormous amount of people who just won't vote because they're so poor, they don't see any use in voting. And there's no leaders of the community to vote, either. So it's hard in her district. There's no one newspaper, there's no one TV. There's like 4 newspapers that are owned by Republicans, also get ready coverage. The television station out of Memphis doesn't really cover Mississippi. So there's not it's difficult to reach out to poor communities that don't even have the internet to say I'm running.
Right.
You know, when it's a huge area. Although Whitney Thompson has the biggest area now because they forced him to enter 30 counties. But he knows how to bring the money in. He would have been great sitting here on the panel. He's like, when you're on the federal government, you bring home the bacon. And he's constantly bringing home the bacon.
Where are your other folks like? I guess Ron is now. They still have some of them.
Every Monday we call Mike Espy. That's a part of our campaign strategy is to call Mike Espy. And tonight I texted him, we still haven't received your contribution.
Hopefully I'll be meeting with the mayor Thursday.
Oh yeah, I'm putting him on my list of somebody to ask for a donation.
We'll love to have
She sat next to him. Winston.
I actually heard someone there.
Okay. Okay. No, I think that's a very good point.
Take care of yourself.
Yes.
Very wise.
Yes.
Top five.
No, no list. It's in Benny's now.
Okay.
To dilute the votes. To dilute the votes. To dilute the
So
black
if
vote
you don't have,
district.
no, you don't have.
We might need to have you in the meeting. We might need to have you in the meeting. I think.
Lafayette, she has Lafayette.
I think we need to have you right there.
But most of what she has is she has a campaign with a lot of ambition. She won with 80% of the vote. Very little activity as far as fundraising. Students.
I told you where I did. Congratulations.
It used to be that you could go, that the candidate could go. Charles Benson.
Your wife wants to dress you for your
And I know he knows that he's actually the first African American. See what the president is.
Yes.
Can you see them?
Did you give him the paper? Here's your phone number.
I didn't know you made it.
So.
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. Hey, this is from the National Civil Rights Team. We've got to go ahead and close out our facilities. We've we're beyond our close. So if you all can bring some of your conversations to a close, it would be much appreciated.
I can see.
Should we take it on the seats? Okay, it might be a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little bit more comfortable for the lead though.
Okay. For the young folks. What would it be kind of
Oh,
separate?
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Are the young folks coming? Somebody else is coming?
No.
This seat is so hard.
That's it. Hard. That's the cushion there.
Where's this in that series?
So, well, I was having to stop at the place and he came home. So he slept in his bed and I was in another room on the actress just where I was so tired. There's 3 flights of steps, 30 some steps every time I go, and don't forget this. That's right.
I'm trying to clean up, brother. Let's get on there. Let's get your brothers and sisters, get on the knees, get in the middle. Put your purse on the table. Okay. In the middle.
No. Where's Sarah? Let's go.
Brother, I'm trying to be the caterer. I'm trying to be the caterer. What's up? Money picture. Not part of the people campaign. No, people got on the back of saying we're part of the Pope people campaign.
All right, who has a phone?
Oh my God.
You get the phone?
Bro, come on, bro.
Come on.
My phone don't work.
All right. Come back. Sister, now seriously, can you hold on? Why don't we have the sister sit up there? Yeah.
I don't know how you work this, but we can work.
All right. Or why don't you guys with this separate? All right.
Oh my God, tell me, come on, something.
All right.
Brother, come on, to the side. Where's Brother Henry? Brother Henry?
Downstairs.
Where's Photoshop of me?
All right. What
We need about 3 pictures, about 7.
All right.
What more would that would do for this? Okay, thank you. That was something like that. The last minute move. As long as we call out company last minute. But no longer the Pope people company, the last minute move. Come on, y'all, let's get it.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to keep rushing.
We'll take a picture on the outside. That's cool. Did you guys get some? Okay. Love you too. All right. Text me, brother. Yeah, text me now. Okay, good. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, ladies, so very much.
All right, Shane, man, you did a wonderful job, man. Wonderful job. Brother, let's do this. We got to build. No, you got it.
No, everything is for you. No, you had to take it out. No, you put your plate, you had a plate like, what you talking about? Bro? What?